LRHC. RMSG. LRHC. BCDA.
RMSG.
LRHC.
RMSG.
RMSG. LRHC.
RMSG. 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 RMSG.
RMSG.
RMSG.
RMSG.
RMSG.
RMSG.
RMSG. Real Messenger getting another pop here.
RMSG.
$2.48. Romeo Michael Sandy Golf.
BCDA.
RMSG. RMSG.
What's up? How we doing? There we go. I was like trying to get all the freaking buttons pressed and getting everything going here. I actually had an order at 311 that I canceled and pulled down further. You can see here, edit properties. This line has been in since June 5th of last year. That is a year ago today. Is that not fucking nuts? A year ago today, I've got a line in on the dot from RMSG. That is absolutely crazy. Now, I have small orders here in the 270, 60, 50 area, and then the more orders down here. I got to get to the morning alerts, and I don't want to sit here and cover this. It literally is coming to a forever line I have in that I put in on RMSG as well. It just soaked right down to 390 and nailed that, and now coming back on up. This may not come down to those areas. There's nothing else really running today in small caps. It's a little quiet out there, to be honest. It's a little quiet. CMND is trying to run back on around, so we'll move CMND over here since it is just hitting new high of day or getting close to it there, at least in pre-market. Just a lot of the plays are kind of right now. The only one really, of course, we saw STI pull an ASTC move really early on this morning, and then it's kind of a run-of-the-mill after that. BESS is trying to pop back on up, so we'll watch BESS. All right, so let's go. Boom. All right, RMSG, there your levels on the way up. 330 really, what's crazy, I have a forever line in. Last year, on the dot, literally, I went to edit properties, it says 6.5, 225, or 2025. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me on June the 5th of last year. That's crazy. It's at 314. So we'll see if that comes into play. But levels down below, support that was built in previously is the breakout area, starting at that upper shadow of 275, which we about wicked down to that consolidation right around 255. The best spot down below would be after hours high and pre-market high before we broke out of it. And I have a forever line in there as well from September 10th of last year at the 215, 210 mark. And I've got orders all the way down there as well. So those are your two support areas on the way up. We know that 280 area now is going to be strong resistance over 280. This is most likely going to start popping into around the 380. Over 380. Watch for a pop up to. There's really not a lot of charting to hold this play down. We did see this play run in early April. 395 was the high. We have some resistance at 380 and then past chart history at 380. Now, over that mark, there's not a lot to really hold this play down. It could go to 450 right out of the gate. And then we have that 550 area, 52-week high. Yet through those numbers, and that's all-time high area anyway as well, this could really go. RMSG today floats right around 1 to 2 mil. Has no news, though, but we've seen these plays go bananas regardless. And again, the no PDT rules definitely helping out just a little bit. All right, let's go over to STI. It is finally coming back on down. Had that trend line crack, trend line to VWAP crack, old school amazing trades that we'd be taking all the time in pre-market. Of course, we know that hasn't unfortunately really been a good trend that works a lot here recently. Support on the way down, we're coming to at 37.30, 37.50 area. And that's right off of yesterday's high of day as well, right around 37.50 to 38. That's the little lip dip we have down in pre-market around that area too as well. Under that, we go to 35. Under that, down to 33.50. Under 33.50, down to 31, maybe even close to 30. Under that, then we go all the way down to the original after hours and pre-market high, 28. I don't think we'd get lower than that. 28 and then 26.30 would be a good dip by, in my opinion. I don't see how it wouldn't bounce off that. And again, this is pulling like an ASTC type of move. Now, on the way up, resistance is coming in right around 46.50 to 47.50. Again, really strong at 49 into 50. Now we see over 50. This play can go saucy. Straight on up, most likely to 55 and then that 57.50 handle. Now over 57.50, this play is going to roll. This play is going to just go barn burners. Does it? I don't know that we're having this pullback. It's going to take a lot of oomph to get through 57.50 now. Over to BGMS, your number true two top gainer on the day. Nice moving after hours, really consolidated since. Lows being right around the 250 mark for support, down to around 230 and after hours yesterday. Above, you can see strong resistance coming in around 315 to 325. Over that, we go to 350, and over that to 390 after hours high. Over 390, this play has room to run to 4. Hold on, what's after hours high? Oh, it's 390. Okay, well that's why. 4 is resistance. It's old support area from when this play just came out last September and October. Now over 4, watch for a move up to around 450. Over that, we can move up through 5 to around 520. Over that, resistance comes in around 560. Then again at 610 and strong at 670 for BGMS. It's got to get over, though, that resistance and hold at 330. Over to your number, well, CMND. CMND is where I'm going to next. Just broke out the new high of day, but coming back on down. That bottom support right around 365 to around 355 is sexy for a bounce. It's coming down to it now. I would take it if it got there. So we'll see if CMND can come back down to that pre-market bottom support area, which is beautiful. Other than that, now resistance will come back in at 420. Over 420, we have 445 resistance, 465, and then 485. Over 485, this play is reverse split to shit. This has some room to run. Over 485, which we just failed at actually on the 29th of May. Watch for a pop to 520. Over that to 6. Over 6 to 650. Just some levels on the way up there in case CMD does get to going. Ah, 385. I'd want it lower, honestly. I'd want it down to like 360, so not quite there. It's all good, though. All right, let's keep going through these. BESS. BESS now kind of going flip-flopping back and forth with CMND for the top gainer I'm going to. And see BESS this morning had a crazy move. Did have news as well, present 400 million in revenue. Anyway, came from 275 to 1060. And a blip of literally just in one candle. And then the other candle came almost all the way back down. And we are now ramping back on around. We did just make a decent move up. 560. Okay, well, let's go actually. 5 resistance. 565 to 570. Then again at 615. Over 615. Excuse me. Watch for a pop to 740. We'll go 7 to 740. Could be a big range there. Even into that 750 anchor. Over that, watch for a pop-up to 875 rule. This play could make its way all the way, and I'm not kidding you, back on around to that pre-market high. This could be our play today that halts and gets bananas, in my opinion. RMSG and STI and BESS are going to be my 3, in my opinion, that I think can go crazy. CMND is the other one, very low float. So any of these could get to halting today. These charts I've talked about, though, BESS, BESS, when I see these looks, for whatever reason, I don't know what it is, we always ramp back up to that pre-market high area or very close to it. Now, the fact that we're getting close to the opening bell and this play's already getting that volume and ramp back up really could get to halting. Over to, let's go to, well, we have all kinds of plays still to go over to. We already did BGMS. No, we've done BGMS. Other plays to keep your eyes on today are going to be DEVS, DEVS. DEVS is up this morning. I know it's a sub $1 play. Watch that over pre-market highs. There's another one, SMTK, that's up this morning. It's getting a little relatively choppy running from after hours. These plays definitely usually don't hold up. It's usually the day of sub $1 plays run, not coming from after hours into the next day. More plays to keep your eyes on, in my opinion, are going to be MRLN, which is funny. Oh, Merlin, of course, I've got a dog named Merlin. Here's Marlin. Over 10, watch for a pop to 1095, close to 11. Then we have 1150 resistance above that. Over that, we go to 1250. Support down below at 875. Again, at 8. So there's some other ones. Mask is trying to pop back up again today. It's a low float play. Those are just some other ones, though, I'd keep my eyes on. I'd say small caps into the bell. Your best bet is going to be A, watching for BESS to possibly steal the mob out of the gate here. See the halt gap plays. I would love to see that right out of the gate. I trade best, boom, done, get a halt gap strategy. She goes for more. RSM or RMSG. This has very low float, has that bounce potential and potential to continue to squeeze as it's a low float. STI. I think STI is going to be maybe a little all over the place at first because it's got too much charting built in. It did just have that bounce below. We talked about really close to it anyway off of yesterday's high of day. Didn't quite get there though. I think that's going to be one. And then the other one would be back burner CMND. Maybe like later in the day, an hour or two after the opening bell, this one gets the ramping and roaring. Your best bet at the bell is going to be BESS, RMSG, and STI. And then after that, watch B, GMS, and CMND. What's up, other cousin Daza, Jeff? How we doing, Ingrid? Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, let's go to large caps now. Large caps. What I'm going to do is, SPY's coming on down. I do just want to watch Best over here. I want to watch Best over here. We'll put it in a 3-minute time frame. I know it's got up to 10 this morning in pre-market, but I'll zoom into like right there so I can see that a little bit more. What I will do is do large caps now. Cool. Let's go. All right, what do we got here? Let's go first to the time frame. We're going to go with that 15-day, 15-minute time frame. Let's get it zoomed out. Rolling. It was okay yesterday. SPY, Apple, AMD, ARM, B. What was the other one I did yesterday? Dell was one I've been looking at. Gosh, what's all I forgot I've even done here recently. CrowdStrike. CRDW was another one, which actually was on the money yesterday. Google, Meta, Microsoft, MSTR. Some of these I won't be doing. Some of these I won't do because they're ugly. Uglier than mincemeat pie. I don't know if you guys ever had mincemeat pie, but that's just fucking gross. It looks gross. A lot of these plays are ugly today. All right, well, get a little bit of alerting on these. How we doing, though, today, guys? Hopefully we'll get one good play. I'm feeling it happening. Son of a bitch. RMSG. Still not feeling me. All right, I think my... I wish I would have left my higher orders in. You know, here. What's funny, I don't know if they have canceled orders or move because I don't think I canceled. I moved them. My orders to begin with were at 311 all the way down to 275 for like a quick pullback. If I would have left those orders in, I'd probably be filled right now because I had orders in this area. So it's really funny how it's doing what I thought it would do, but not like in a traditional pullback. I thought traditional pullback, I needed to just keep them here. But like I wanted a wanker, just a woof right on down. I didn't know where it would come down to. And that's why I had 311, and I wish I would have kept 311 in because I would have gotten a decent trade already out of the fucking gate. Son of a shithousens. All right, let's go over to large caps now, though. But anyway, I just saw that. Again, still holding my area. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. All right, SPY, there was our move for the week. So Tuesday's high was it, obviously. That's in the cakes now. Maybe we do get Archie. I said 780 we'd get to before we saw that pullback. You know, we're starting to get a little Archie, though. We're starting to get a little Archie where the higher high pattern has stopped, and now we're creating a lower high pattern overall, so that arch is starting to look shape. You know, we're kind of forming essentially an upside down U shape. So let's go through levels here. On the way up today, strong resistance coming in at 7. Right through there is what I need. 7, right around 754. Over 754, we go to 754.50. The low from Friday, 754.70 of last week, somewhere in that area. Over that, we go to pre-market high in 755.35 to 7, maybe a hair over that, or a hair below that. But somewhere right around pre-market high would be your normal high of day. Ultimate high of day, watch for a move to 756 and maybe a hair over it. And then over that, watch for a move to 757-ish area for your ultimate high of day. Real good demand zones on down. We're hitting it right now already out of the gate. 752 here. We cracked 752. The next best one's 750. Of course, after hours low Wednesday. Yesterday's low in pre-market. We saw bang or rang sauce right there at that 750. That's normal low. Ultimate lows comes on down to 748.50. I don't think we'll crack that today. I don't think we'll get that bearish overall because we could see some bouncing back up anytime that we're red. If we do crack that, watch for a move down to 750 or 747.30 would be next. Apple truly same levels as yesterday. This is going to open up almost in the same spot over the last couple of days since Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So Apple, and I was all over it. You go back to yesterday, we didn't quite come down to 309 on the dot, but same levels. I mean, that's why I said 309 is the main support. Up top, main resistance comes in at right around 315 and then again at 317. AMD's starting to get a little, we've talked about this, some days are good, some days are ugly. I'll give you levels though on it. On the way down today, we're hitting that main support after hours low, pre-market low. They're kind of creating a lower low, but we'll just call it 504.85. Under 504.85, we immediately go down to the low on Tuesday, which is 501. Under 501, we truly hit the low of yesterday, which the low of yesterday is if I can look. Wrong candle, Josh. The low, what's the low right there? The low of this candle is 499.87 of yesterday. So that would be the next area you go down to, right? Essentially 500. That's going to be key. I'll go normal low of day 500. Ultimate low of day. This play could really get some crack-a-lacking on down. We go down to 498.75. I don't think that's going to hold it up. I think we immediately go down to 496.75. Under that, watch for move down. I'm going to say this play goes sub 490. So that'll be key under 500. So watch AMD today under 500. This play could really get short sauce city limits under 500. On the way up today, main resistance, and this is where it gets a little ugly. It's trying to determine where the main resistance is at. It's really choppy. My eyes usually are pretty quick finding it, and it's hard to find it. This is also where we're at right now is the low from last Friday. So again, that's really key, this area we're at right now. I'd say on the way up, we're having a little resistance at 508. Over 508, we go to 512. Over 512, we'll go normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day pushes back up, continues this kind of move back on down potentially at 517-ish area. Monday's high, ultimate high. La, 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 la. Oh, man. Arm still looks nasty, or said nasty, still looking like it wants another short. We had them out of the bell the last 3 days. Today would probably maybe be the best one out of them all. Maybe. They've been pretty good, especially on Wednesday. They just reverse back up. That's a red to green move every day. So underneath yesterday's low of day, watch for a crack back down to right around 5. So about a 10-point drop or so. Probably coming all the way down to the highs of last Friday, right around 5. We'll call it 77. Normal low of day there. Ultimate low goes down to 550. Or 350, my bad, team. So 357. We'll go, I think it's right around 356. 356 and then ultimate low to 350. On the way up today, over 357.50. Watch for the move up to 377.70. Over 377.70, we go to 383.50. Normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day goes up to the lows from this Tuesday, I should say, at 388-ish area. Okay, so I really do like ARM. I do like ARM there for a short. Nothing really to hold this up underneath yesterday's low of day. The low of yesterday is, okay, well, it's 67.50. So 67.50 is the crack zone on ARM for some more movement on down. So we'll keep that on high watch right there. Aunt B still ugly. She ugly, little Aunt B. CrowdStrike was perfect yesterday. I called that for the move back on up. I gave you 2 levels for the breakout area, over 85 or back under 660. It was over 85 for the long, and I think I even nailed 720 is one of the, anyway. I know I talked about 720, and I think I may have said this could even go all the way back up to 740. Well, that'll be the case today. Over 720, watch for CrowdStrike to go immediately to 725, over that to 730. Maybe up to 733. Normal high of day there. Ultimate low or high of day goes to 743, a little over 740. The lows in market right before the closing bell on Wednesday when we had the earnings. On the way down today, we're cracking and making new lows since after hours. The main support needs to be happening right around 700. If we crack 700, we're immediately going down to 691.50 area. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows comes back to where we came from yesterday, right around 680. Dell's on high short zone 2, or high short zone, high short watch as well. Main areas to watch for Dell Atronius will be back under, we had this higher, this trend line, this higher low pattern starting to finally crack here. We have the main support, and the one thing you need to look for essentially would just be the low from yesterday, which is right around the open at 398. If we crack 398, I don't know what holds this up besides what gravity could come in. That'll be your normal low of day, ultimate low. Watch for a crackback big time. This came all the way from the 320s on earnings from last Thursday. Massive move to 490 by Monday, which is just nuts of a move for Dell. I'll split the difference there. That's 400 to 3. We'll call it 330. So we'll say I can't split the. There's no way I can split the difference there. I'll just say 380 ultimate low of day, but this one's on high short and watch as well. Rolling. All right. Well, Google here and starting to sit sideways now. Your main key areas are back over 370 for the long, for the move up to, that's yesterday's high of day, over that to 370.80 area, and then over that we run real nicely to 372, maybe a hair over, and then to 374s, maybe a tad over that. On the way down, we've got to hold after hours lows. That big bounce we have at 363. If we crack it, watch for some short. I mean, I don't see again what holds this up. We had the high of day from Wednesday coming into play, but I think it goes straight down to 361 to 361.20. Under that, then down to 360.50. Under that, then down to 358. It could come down to. It could really start to crack back for Google under after hours lows. Yeah, ugly. I think this one's ugly too. Yeah, these are ugly. How did MSCR fare? Kind of sideways. So the M plays, besides Micron, are really just consolidating out to the right. Meta, and Microsoft, MSCR, just not really pretty day charts. If I had to, it's Friday. It's the last day of the week. Just leave these plays alone for the day. All right. Another one on short watch is MU. I think this play has some good short potential coming back on down under that 940 mark, which is a key level for me. We go immediately to 935. If that doesn't hold, we drop straight to 920. Normal low of day there. Ultimate lows goes to 900, and below that to my other great add-in area, which was 885-ish area. Ultimate low of day there. This play could really dump a Runikis. 970 resistance up top, 985. All right. NVDA, that's ugly. I'm not going to alert it. PLTR starting to look ugly. A lot of these, the ones we're coming into at the end of the track here, are starting to look ugly. NVDA, PLTR. We'll go to PLTR, though. NVDA's too caught in a channel, in my opinion. It's just too stuck in a consolidation zone. Major support down below right around 211, and then again down around the 209.30 to 208.75 mark. Resistance up top. 216.50, coming in again somewhere right around 217.30, maybe to 217.50. Over that resistance is going to be at 218.50, and again right around the 220 mark. Over to PLTR, just some main levels for you. Watch for a move back under 140, going down to 129.20 or 139.20. That really runs into the highs from a couple of weeks ago, and then that's of course, that's double bottom after hours or pre-market low. That'll be some main support. Under that, watch for a crack down to 138.75, 138.65 area. Under that, then down again to possibly 137.75 to 137.50. Then it really starts to get into some choppy charting. On the way up, resistance is at 142.50, 143.30, 144.50, 146 would be some areas on the way up. Rolling, rolling. Gosh dang it, you son of a RMSG. Q's already cracking them back down. Cracking and cracking and cracking and cracking. Watch for some more pullback here for the Q's. These look like these want to crack back on down. Next main support's going to be right around 728. Under 728. Watch for another good pullback to around 726.40 to around 7. Then under that, we go down to 725.50. 725.50 normal low of day. Ultimate lows go all the way down to 723. On the way up, strong resistance comes in at 732.50. 735, normal high of day there. Ultimate high of day, if we can even get back above that, wouldn't take it much higher, just over 736. And Tesla was pretty ugly, if I remember, too. Yeah. And Tesla is really, honestly, bleh. Main support, beautiful, of aligning right around 411.70. Lows from Monday and after hours, same again yesterday and after hours. Other supports at 417.20. Resistance up top, 422.20 pre-market high. Again at 424.50 area. And then yesterday's high of day right around 426 and a hair over it. Well, you know what I want to trade at the bell. It's either ARM, it's Dell, or it's Micron. Those would be your three plays. Even Qs look like it want to crack back here at the bell. Really good short opportunities on those. So I would be looking at those for some more shorts here. Dell would be under 397. That's yesterday's low of day. I think it's right around 360. Let's go to yesterday's low on ARMS. Yesterday's low is 367.50. So that would be the short op underneath it for more movement on down. And then MU, what was MU's low there at the so far? That we really just 740. Yeah, just once you see under 7, what's really 741. So those look like they want to dump at the bell, and otherwise use the levels I gave for trades. All right, and CMND finally came down to that 360 area. Finally, and it's getting a little bit of a bounce there at that CMND area. Now, small caps into the bell. Still never got filled on RMSG. Really annoyed about that. So I had orders at 311 all the way down to like 375, and then I didn't like that it didn't sharply pull back. So I moved them as it came down right out of the gate to like right around 322, and then bounced back up to like 360. Like, I'll move them down now. That wasn't the sharp pullback I wanted. Then it comes down at 46 after to like 306, would have gotten filled. Then it goes up to 360, so that would have been one good trade. Leave in the orders in the 39, whatever the other orders I had in. And anyway, so that's so. I like this play. It's still my favorite. STI, I like it today, but you know my favorite at the bell is Best. Best, I'm looking for Best to go squeeze a Rooney. I will say this: if Best comes right out of the gate, move into a halt up, excuse me, team, I will look to get into Best. If it's like going in for a halt up, I will look to get into a Best. Like I would imagine it gaps up and goes. So if it's the first halt up, I'm looking to get in on Best. RMSG, I have my limit orders in down low. I'm going to go real quickly, take a little tinkle, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. Let's go. What do we get, all my friends, or what are we getting at the bell? Tell me, my friends, what are we getting? Are we getting some fun? You like my song? It's pretty good, isn't it? It's pretty baller. It's pretty baller. Arm's getting really close to the crack zone as well here, team. So arm's getting really close to crack zone. Army, arm, arm. So don't forget about arm. It is definitely getting really close to the crack zone right here. So we have arm as well on watch. I like it more than Dell. All right, so at the bell here, let's see what we get. Got RMSG Best on watch. Yep, Mask on watch. What's up? Yeah, Mask is definitely on watch there. Smoke Tuna for sure. You're kidding me. No. How heavy? All right, looking at arms contracts right now. See how those contracts look here at the opening bell. So I did just get that pulled up here. See if that it literally hit off almost off those lows on the dot. So I'll watch arm as well. Sweet. All right, here we go. Dun 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 dun. Oh, come on, don't pull back, Best. Best, I want you to squeeze at the bell. What's up, Saline? How we doing? Other cousin, Daza good, Jeff, Ingrid, anyone else out there just chilling? Okay, so we'll watch arm here. Doesn't look like CM&D is going to give us anything really sweet at the bell. Opening bell here in about 35 seconds or so. It is Friday. 'Tis Friday, yeah, after Friday, June the 5th. A year ago right now, winding down my days at Tradecaster, about to take a vacation to Colorado, VIP backstage passes to Coldplay. It was fun stuff. It's crazy how time flies. I can't believe it was a year ago. Time just flies. Here comes opening bell. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. We got the opening bell right here. We go, man. We got the opening bell. Coming on in hot. There goes RMSG. Trying to do its little thing. Pull back on Best. Not giving it to me here out of the gate. RMSG might, so we'll see if RMSG does it. We'll see what we see. We see what we see here on RMSG. Right now, Best not giving it to us. STI not really giving it to us. Giving the pullback for STI. Sell off there. RMSG not give me the dip-a-roonies. Going on the spike-a-roonies. Leaving me in the dust. That's son of a gun. Best. Damn it. It really, couldn't have been better, really, honestly, for us and Best. Maybe the pop too soon here, possibly. I don't know. We'll see if it can still go. That does hurt a little bit, though. That does hurt just a little bit, for sure. See if arm can get candlestick confirmation here. I am adding into my arm trade, though. See if we get candlestick confirmation for more movement on down on arm. I'm not going too big on it just to see if we get some more movement on down here. I'll add in as we crack through 365 if we do on the contracts. Doing today's expiration date. That's why I'm going a little smaller. And we're doing the 380 puts right there. See if this gets candlestick confirmation or below 365. I can add in some more to that. Just going in small on this play. Just for the crack of that area. There goes RMSG, new high of day 390. STI trying to ramp back on around 2. STI trying to ramp back on around 2 as well. Man, all right. Mask halted. Oh, I thought it halted down. Mask not halted down. Man, nothing really here out of the gate today. Oh, here we go. Where's my soundboard at? Here we go. I need like a sad sound. Need a sad sound. Need to turn the sounds on. That way, in case 2 as well, like Aussie chicks of the world. Need like a sad sound. Mm-hmm. Oh, well. The best thing so far working, I did just get arm. I literally just stopped myself out of that. Just it was a small loss. Literally, I did not want to hold on to that arm. But now look at CMND. So far, the best play of the day is CMND. CMND by far best play of the day here. Talking about getting a bounce play back around this 360-ish area, like we talked about earlier in the morning alerts, and it kind of ramped back on around 4. So this one, and it doesn't look like a ton, but 40 cents isn't bad here out of the gate. Best, not being its best. We could get I keep wanting to call this ASTI, because ASTI is a ticker we've looked at in the past, and none of the plays have really cracked back at the bell. But this is a solar play that we have looked at. This has run in the past. I don't know, just every time I say STI, I think of ASTI. Dell not getting the crack, ARM not getting the crack, MU not getting the crack. So we'll watch that later in the day. I was up some good profit, I was up from my entry price decent when it hit the 260 or 364s. I was like, man, we're about to kill it. I'm about to kill this short. But this is why I stopped trading. That's why I went small. But this is why I stopped trading the opening bell. This looks perfect for a short. If this is 23 or 24, as in 2023, 2024, this play, no lie, is down into, go back in the chart right here. This play, that's what I thought. I can just go back to the 15. This is 23 or 24. J Webb remembers. He was around back then. I know he remembers. This play would be easily at 355s right now. Like, it'd be at 355 and I'd be up like 2K. Because it happened so quickly, I couldn't even help it. No lies. Now we're getting this. We're like, what? Huh? 23 into 24 from about spring of 2023 into about summer of 2024 is about a year and a half stretch where you would just get this beautiful, hey, trade this at the bell. And that's where the morning alerts came in, because I were getting these plays at the bell and everyone's missing them. Like, well, I'm putting them out on the alerts, blah, 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 and over, in the lobby, in my lobby, and Dex lobby, and they're like, I always miss them. And so anyway, that's the morning alerts came about. Yeah, Jay remembers. He'd be like, and they'd be like 3 plays. I'd be like, this one, and this one, and I'd get like, J Webb's like, and I'd be like, boom, nailed him, I told you, and because I just jump in them. You'd get good candlestick confirmation too, so I'd add in more, and then they would just dump. So it was decently easy to trade 2 or 3 of them, and they were like back in 23 to 24, I would have traded Dell and ARM for sure. Boom, boom, they both be down, dumping away. I'd be up like 6K, 5K, 4K. Jay Webb remembers that. He'd be like, damn, I couldn't even get in. It's like, it just went and just in there anyway. So now we get to this bullshit, and then it's like the days I go trade it, it doesn't give us the full dump, and then it finally kind of soaks back on down. Kind of like it's doing right now, and just gets real choppy. It's all good, though. It's all good in the hood, baby. Hey. When I cut out, I somehow made $25 on that. Hell yeah. I'll take it. God, CMND was the best so far. Watch this now just completely cake back on down. You get this nasty 3-minute doji candle, and then it soaks all the way back. And this was really the better short, was coming back up here with it. I just feel this play is going to continue to dump. I just want to go in the small again so bad and try to make a little more money. I'll wait to see new lows, because under new lows we saw that it has no chart to hold it up. I still have my bounce orders down here at 3. I have my orders in. I have not moved my orders on RMSG, just so everyone knows. I have orders in here, in this area for a dip. And of course, then now 290 into 3 would be target number 1. And then I have orders all the way down here around 215. CMND was the best bounce so far. 265. Now we're already, you're up 60 cents, 70 cents, whatever. Bastard. You bastard. Any questions you guys have, let me know. Let me know. Let me know. I'm here to help you out. 100 percentiles. There we go. I was like, I had it on the wrong account there. Oh, that's exactly why. Here it goes down for more. I'm adding into ARM again here, just small. I was trying to do 500 contracts. That was why I couldn't get filled. That was hilarious. I'm like, why am I not getting filled on ARM? Now it's really getting some crack back here. Here we go. Here we go. Come on, baby. Yeah, these contracts are moving crazy right now. Absolutely going nuts. There we go. Come on, baby. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking here on ARM. Now we're cooking here. Come on, drop below 262. I'll start taking some profit below 262 there. Nice good short there on ARM. Best is halted, but it's showing no gap up. Oh, it did halt up. Okay, thank you there, Max. Thank you. I'm over here on options trading ARM. Man, nothing's just not giving it to us here. Let me go over to There we go. Come on, ARM. There it goes. Come on, ARM. Come on, baby. There it is. There's a 362 crack. Come on, baby. Let's go. Come on. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking and caking. We're caking and cooking there. Up 250 here on these small contracts. Just went in 5 contracts and took some profit there. There we go on ARM sickles. All right, flatten that. Just took some profit. Just took some profit. I'll take it there. Sweet, just making sure I'm all out of everything. CMD coming back on down. This looks just to be a channel play. Channel mode, channel mode, channel mode. Channel. Yeah, you've got that channel. Best showing.
RMSG.
RGTV.
Best is showing 421. It's got some weird like equal sign in front of it that's wavy though, so I don't know. I don't know if I can trust it. CDTG is halted up, so we have CDTG halted up. Out of nowhere, this play went crazy yesterday, though. Oh my gosh, look at this one yesterday. This one's showing a gap up. This one's showing a gap up here. Nice ARM. There's that move down even more. It just isn't giving it like it's one of those things where you just have to stay in ARM. I may scalp it again. I may scalp ARM again here, actually, team, and just hold this to like the 350s if I see new lows. Because this is just going to soak down to 355. All right, let's see. Okay, I'm going to go back. I'm going to say CDTG. Let's go to this one real quickly. CDTG. Yeah, I'm going to get back in ARM and just hold this, guys, for the move down to 355. There she goes on down. So I'm just going to hold this for a move down to 355. I think she just continues to crack. All right, so CDTG. Look at this from yesterday. crazy, right? So be careful with that. And then we also have SPHL halted up. SPHL, this is another crazy former runner. It's halted up, also showing a little bit of a gap up. A little bit of a gap up. So just careful with those plays. Best is showing a gap down. It's showing 421, at least as of right now. So we'll watch these other plays. Mask is down here, team. It's not going to do much. Okay, Best is live. Woo! Nasty sell-off from Best. Going into a halt down now. BESS halting down. What an ugly day it is in the small cap sector. Probably about to halt down here in about 3, 2. There it is. 1. Done. Hey. I can only do so much here, guys. I'm trying my best for you guys. All right. What do we got here? Any questions you guys have? Any stocks you want to go over? We're waiting to see if we have something today. I will stick around. We're only 13 minutes after the opening bell. So, we got to stick around. ARM has been my only good play of the day. I'm up a little over 250 on it. Just going in small contracts. Daza! The time it says really helps when you're trying to assess ticker. That halt up or down was monitoring Best. It would. Yes. Yeah, I watch it more than the time and sales throughout the years. That's why I always have it pulled up here. You don't see me ever have a level 2 pulled up. The only time I have a level 2 pulled up is when I'm scaling out of a play. You know, like when I have the market depth pulled up, like I was telling you guys, and I'm scaling out, and every time, you know, like say if I'm in a short, every new low, I'm like, okay, you know, I'm looking at that, you know, the bid and the ask price. But that's only here really more recently when I'm either limit ordering out or just now scaling out to new lows, right? Or used to, I'm like, I just read the chart, and as soon as it got close enough, I'm just throwing in orders to get out. Now I'm looking a little bit more to hold longer, and so I want to make sure, you know, when I am getting out, I'm seeing new lows. Or like, you know, when I'm trading a play for a move up, I want to see new highs. You know, every time I see a new high, I don't want to scale out. I want to see on my exit prices, you know, it keeps going up. Man. RMSG just doesn't want to feel me today. We'll see if we get RMSG to come down a little bit more to my orders there, but RMSG just does not want to feel me today. All right. So we have a lot of plays halting again today, but nothing that's, you know, catching the bag.
In less than a minute. RKLZ.
We'll stick around, like I said, we'll stick around. We'll see if maybe RMSG can get filled on the dip buys. Other than that, I'm just taking ARM. We're taking ARM down. Anyone else get in ARM with me? ARM seeing new low of day. Look like we're going to come new lows coming up even more soon. What the heck? I have no idea how at the opening bell I must have done something. I got into RMSG 1 share. I'm in RMSG 1 share at 328 long. I was seeing if I got filled on that quick pullback there. I'm like, nope, still haven't got filled yet. Like, you gotta be kidding me. And then I'm like, what? I'm like, and then I pull up my scalper, seeing like, did I get filled yet? Nope. Oh, hold on. Yeah, I am. I'm in 1 share at 328. And then you go look at the arrow. Wasn't a bad long. I got in right here. This is where my arrow's at. I got in right here at the opening bell. Damn it! Shit, that was a good trade. You got filled at 3. All right, I like the area at 3. This could be the one that holds. This 293 area, that could be it. This may not hold. I'm just gonna stick with it for now because a lot of the time when I cancel my orders on an area that I said, yep, that's the area, I then cancel my orders, and then what happens? Well, we all know. Well, we all fucking know. Been hanging around this town. Yeah, been hanging around, been hanging around, been hanging around. Just hanging around this town. Yeah, I'm just hanging around. We're hanging around. We're hanging down, going down, we're hanging around. Hey, how about arm? Arm, baby, arm, baby, arm, baby, arm. This may just be the play of the day for me if I don't get filled anytime soon. Let's go. Taking it down to 355. Did anyone get in with me? Arm, dun 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 dun. Taking it down, she's my Charlie Brown. Taking it down, Charlie Brown, she's my Charlie Brown. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. SPHL is still halted, by the way. Bess is going to come live. This is not right on its LULD, but this says at least time-wise is going to be 52.59 for Bess. 52.59 for Bess. 52.59 for the Bessie Messies. She says holy caressies. Been hanging around this town, oh yeah. Come on there, Arm. You get on there and you do your thing. Come on, Arm. Bing, ding, 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 ding. Bring ding, 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 ding. Bring ding, ding, ding. Bring ding, ding, bring ding, ding. Come on, Arm. Now I'm really starting to bank today. Now I'm up really good. Now I'm up about $700 here, team. Let's go! I went in 10 contracts this last time because I was just like, she's going to 355, Josh. Let's go! Bam, 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 bam. Arm it is for me today. Arm it is for me today. Love it. Love it. Taking it down this town. Yeah, taking it down. We're taking it down. Taking her down, taking her around the corner. I don't remember how that song goes anymore. That's close enough for me. I'm out. I'm taking it. I'm done. Nice, good move down there for me for the day. On Arm. Woo, woo. There we go. I said 355. She may go a little bit lower. That was close enough for me. Should have held on for my original entry price, just knowing she got the move. Arm, baby. Arm, baby. Nice, good move on Arm. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Finally. Something there. Well, Dell did not work out, unfortunately. And Micron is. So Micron's working out for you on that short side if you did take it. I talked about Micron for the short. Boom. It's working out now. There's your move down to 920. And Arm it was for me. I took Arm. Dell never gave it to us, but Arm it did. First with a small loss because that first candle sucked. Then I got back into it a couple of times here down to 356 and just got out all at that 356 area. We're pushing right back on up. But that was perfect. Perfect to exit actually there. So it could go down for more. It got close to that 355 mark. So hopefully got a little profit there actually going over to large caps today for myself for my trades. All right. You say we got BBCP moving. BBCP, BBCP, boop, boop, BBCP, BBCP, boop, boop, BBCP, 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 BBCP. All right. I'm going to stay with this one order, these orders I have right here on RMSG, just for the bounce play here potential, just because I've had them in, and I am slowly getting filled here on RMSG anyway. Right now, average entry price is $273. So $273 is my average entry price on RMSG. I still have another order to get filled down low. At the 255 mark. All right, so we'll just stick with this as the last trades of the day. All right, Best is still halted. You were saying ARM was my play of the day. BPCP, BBCP, BBCP. It's moving. It's just it's not great today though. It hasn't been good. Let's see if RMSG can give us that bounce. Nothing else has given us that love though today. Nothing else is giving that love for the day, no. Nothing else is giving that love for the day. All right, questions you guys have, stocks you want to go over, let me know. ARM was my banger, my baby for the day so far. See if we can get a bounce play off this little consolidation area for RMSG, this little area right here. For the move back on up. Main target for me would be around 290 into 3. And then over that, again, around 330. And then the 360 mark. Stop loss would be, once I get filled at this at 255 area, stop loss would be if I saw under 250. If I see under 250, I will cut the play. Oh, questions you guys have. TTB doesn't do options. Yes, does. It does not. Does not do options. No, does not. That's why I always have to have a broker too. You always have to have at least, and that's why I love you have to have a free broker. That's why Thinkorswim to me, I don't know why, I've said this for years to people. Thinkorswim, I almost like, why aren't people at Thinkorswim? It's the best charting there ever has been. You can go long for free. You can short sometimes for free. You can short large caps for free. You can do options. I just love it. You know, of course, there's other charting services out there that are, you know, or say like brokers or whatever, like, you know, Schwab, I said that Schwab, but whatever it is, you know, there's E-Trades or whatever, Weebles of the world. To me, it's super crucial to have that. That's why I love TOS. You're good. Yeah. Yep. Yes. That's a good, yeah. I would love to get more of those. Those are awesome. When like, this is going to keep going down. Wow, okay, big reversal here. There goes Best. Well, there goes Best for the day. That one's done. That's out of here. But yeah, you got to love when you get that continuation. Like, hey, it's going to go down for more. I'm just getting in. And, you know, I get in here. Okay, I'm out. All right, I'm going to get in more. And I got in somewhere right around here. And then, you know, you get, that's nice. You get a couple of just easy trades right there that just continue to just dump in your direction. Got to love it. Avery watching a movie we bought last night, you know, the Amazon. You know, movies that are still out. I don't know if it's still out, but I think it's called They Will Kill You. Definitely, it's like Kill Bill meets Ready or Not. That movie I always talk about, Ready or Not. With the anyway, it is crazy. It's out. It's a little different. It's fun though. But yeah, it's like, oh man, it's good anyway. Like the goofy blood gore that Kill Bill would give you and cool fight scenes. Same thing with Ready or Not, but then there's like someone's trying to kill you like Ready. I mean, it's a mix of the two. It's crazy. She's watching it again though. All right, questions you guys have? Anything at all for me? Are we good? Are we that Gucci? Are we that quiet on a Friday? We're quiet on a Friday, don't you know? Quiet on a Friday. Quiet on a Friday. It's all good. What's going on with Thinkorswim's chart? RMSG's popping on one chart, but it's not popping on this chart. Guys, what is going on right now? Is anyone seeing this? Is anyone seeing this? RMSG on my chart is going up now. On Thinkorswim, it is not. Oh, Thinkorswim's behind. Something's going on with Thinkorswim's chart. Thinkorswim is way behind. So Thinkorswim's charts are way behind right now. Okay, that would be why. That would be why. Okay. What? What's going on? Trying more shorts and learning. Okay, gotcha. Cool. Love it. Love it. Sounds a goo. That's a goo. Yeah, Thinkorswim charts are behind here. I have no idea. This is showing the time in sales is right. Look, the time in sales is right. Their charts are lagging. So their charts are lagging. That's crazy. I was like, what is going on here? That was freaking me out there for half a second. I was like, what is going on? That is crazy. I was like, what is going on? That had me. Oh, here goes Dale now. Dale could be finally cracking. MU new low of day. Here goes arm for more. Here goes arm for more. I called it. Here goes. They're all starting to work out now. What's the SPY doing for the day? Ooh, Short City, baby. It was Shorter's Paradise today. Been living most of our lives living in a Shorter's Paradise. Dale finally breaking ice. There goes Dale breaking that ice. My baby for the day just really doing its thing. There we go. Loving it. I'm loving it. Not quite getting up to a profit-taking area. I don't know why. I guess it feels so much. I guess because it's been slower in market. It just feels like it should be an hour after the opening bell or something. I don't know. It just feels like it should be later, not 30 minutes after the opening bell. Best is a mess, that's for sure. So Best is a mess. We can get rid of that. We can go over to ARM here and look at it now. My beautiful play just working out. Look at her soak. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. MU just dumping away. Gorgeous, gorgeous. SPY hitting new lows right now. Getting the dumpy Roonies. Love it. Hey, we got ARM. I'm glad we got some of ARM. That's all I care about. The fact that we got some of ARM, absolutely sexy sauce. Hit new low of day 2 as well. We just didn't end up getting a lot of follow-through for small caps in market. You know, we just didn't get a lot of follow-through in the end. Yeah, BCDA is not bad. That was another one y'all talked about. BCDA. It's moving. It's moving. That's funny. Share one of the moderators over on StockRock says, ugly start of the market open. And then X we get better soon. Cheryl. It has been ugly, Cheryl. We have not gotten, besides our large cap plays that I did call out ahead of time. That was sexy, yes it was. It was sexy, yes it was. It was sexy, yes it was. It was sexy, it was sexy, it was sexy. It was. Scaling out a little bit here. Oh, got hit. Finally got hit there. So I did get out 150 shares there. Here we go. Here goes RMSG. Finally moving up here. Took profit at that 20-cent mark. So RMSG is starting to move up here. We'll look at the time in sales. There goes RMSG. There we go. Come on. I'm going to cancel all orders below that and just say this was my trade for now. I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I had another order to get filled in bigger down low. I had in 500 more shares to get filled at the 255 mark. It just did not quite give me 255, unfortunately. All right, so now I'm down to 300 shares here. If it gets one more pop-up close to 3, which this is good enough for me right there, boom, I'm down to 250 shares, slowly scaling out of this play here. On the way up, this 3 handle is going to be some tough resistance here. If we see a pop over 3, I'll sell another 50 more. If we see a quick little pop over 3 to like 305, 310, I'll definitely sell some right there. Just watching the level 2 right now, where I'm going to get out at. Got the time and sell, so we know where we're at. Nice little pop right here. Nothing big. Trusted my levels. Wasn't going to cancel today. Said, nope, not doing it. Not canceling orders today. You ain't going to get me scared. Come on, give me a 3 exit. Just give me one. We're at 299 right now. There's the pop to 3. Just got a 303 exit. That's good enough for me now in 200 shares here on RMSG. Just slowly scaling out. Not big profit. Only got filled 500 shares there. I left the 1 share in just because it wasn't going to make much of a difference. Obviously, you can see as it did not. Nice, good move here into 3. This will be a little strong resistance. We get 1 pop over 310. I'll take 50 more shares. Here we go. Come on, 1 more pop over 310. Let's get it, baby. Come on here. This is going to be, you can take it all if you want to now. If you just want to take a quick 30-cent move, I get it. That's why I'm out essentially a little over half right here at this 3 corridor. It does look a little weak. I'm going to take 50 more shares right there at 3. Here she comes back on down. Could see a little bit of a sell-off, but I wanted 1 more exit in the 3s, and I got it right at 3 before she did crack back down below 3. Here we go. Come on, keep pushing here. Come on, there it is. There's a pop. Come on, give me 310s. Give me 310s. There it is. One more time. Okay, we're getting close. There's a 310 exit. There's a 310 exit. Anyone get in with me? Did anyone leave your orders in where I told you to get filled down there on RMSG and called this play out perfectly? Still in 100 shares here now. If we get 1 more pop up here, let's go to 25 shares at a time. Come on, give me 315s, or 320. Give me a little bit higher. Ingrid, okay, good. Here we go. 1 more pop into 320. Give me 320. I want 320, and there we go. Here it is. That's close enough. That's close enough. I did 317. 317 exit. Let's go. Easy peasy sauce right here. This is easy peasy sauce right here. This is what I'm talking about. Just scaling out on the way up here, taking that profit. Oh, these quick wicks down are good. This may push for more. Give it to us. There's new high in the run. New high in the run overall there. Just hit 320 on the dot. Did hit 320 there. Could not have gotten out at 320. Other cousin, good job. Good job there. Okay, now that we've managed to get out most of that trade, nice, beautiful play there. SNBR, oh, nice, good squeeze of Rooney Batoonies. Over 90 cents. Let's see if we get to that dollar mark. I would imagine we do hit that handle. Oh, it might soak to 120. So you short up top at 120 into the 135 mark. That's where your next resistance is going to be at. So Aussie Chick, you even as well, if you want to look for a nice squeeze play over that, you could look for that to squeeze to go up to new highs, up to about 120. Bounce play down below, there's really not one, right? When you overextend so high like this, that's why I like shorts like ARM today. When you have that room to run, so to speak, well, then you have that room to run. Only in 75 shares. 3 here would be huge to hold. We're wicking down at it right now. We're wicking back down at 3, pushing back up to 310. This is huge. Hopefully you guys took a lot of profit with me there in the 3s. So not just, you'd have to use like fib retracements, right? So 35 to 90 would put that somewhere right around the 60-ish mark. For your bounce area right off that wick, somewhere in there would be the retracement level that I would use, Aussie, if you're looking for a bounce play. I would just leave it alone. Take your profit on RMSG. It's a Friday if you're green for the week, and especially here on RMSG, we're green on it. You're green on the day. Let's just keep it easy. I don't know if you traded ARM with me on the short side. Got about 50 cents on the bounce play there so far. 50 cents on the bounce plays. Yeah, 50 cents. Don't you know they're my rents? So, yeah, best entry for me was 268. Again, it was about a 273 average entry. And I took it up to 315 was my best exit so far. So, not bad. 315 best exit. Only 90 bucks on the trade because I was only in 500 shares. It's all good. I'm fine. I don't care. It's a Friday. Being green on the bounce play here, that is perfect for me and with you guys on a Friday. I will say if this cracks back below, I'll give it to around 290. If it cracks back below 290, I'm taking the profit. I will say that. Get it, got it good. 290-ish area is my stop loss. Right around 290, 288, something like that. Got it, Aussie chick, about SNBR. Nice good move for SNBR, for sure. Nice good move. It just, unfortunately, just doesn't give you a good area to take the bounty. Like, where do I get in at, you know, besides just using typical retracement areas? Oh, man, what a nice, good day. Very happy with today. ARM got a short, large cap, small cap, got RMSG. STI just didn't give it to us. RMSG, it finally did give it to us, which, again, not a ton, but still nice. 50 cents is great. And especially when you think about how fast the 50 cents came. I know we sat here for a few minutes, and some traders may have gotten a little antsy-pantsy. Getting down to my stop loss area here. If I see below under, I'm going to give it to 288 on the dot. If I see below 288, I am going to take the profit. But 50 cents, 50 cent. Got that 50 cent. So I was overall filled at 51 after, and then at 05 after. So 15 minutes. You're talking 15 minutes, team. 15 minutes for 50 cents. Give it to me every day of the week. Obviously, that'd be great, right? You're all like, well, duh, yeah. If I can get 50 cents every day, it'd be great, Josh. It still feels like this trade, I just feel just like it's supposed to be like 9:30 my time or 10:30 Eastern. It just feels so much later than it really is. Toxin here, out. All right, any questions you guys have? Aussie, other cousin, Daza Good, Max, anyone else out there? Questions? Got my hand on the sell trigger, 75 shares, because we are close to that stop loss area, though. We're trying to pop back up into the threes here. We're trying. We're holding, though. We're trying. Done for the day after this for myself. I'm not worrying about taking any more trades. I wanted to, because I had a feeling most of you didn't take the ARM trade, so I want to take trades with you guys daily. I'm getting close here. I'm out. Out. Taking it. Taking it to the street. 101 Dalmatians. 101 on the day. 101 on the day after that last scale out at 287. I caught it. So, fine. Done. 101 on RMSG. 101 on RMSG. And then on ARM, it was around like 700 bucks. Right around 700 bucks. Done for the day. All right. Ooh, SPHL. Yee. I just saw that was live again. So funny. I saw you ask about that, Max. I can't touch that. I mean, I can't touch that. To me, today was easy. RMSG's bounce play, was it great? More share size, yeah. If I would have trusted it, I was only 250 shares, and 500 shares for a total of 1,000. Imagine if I was 1,000. You know, so imagine I had 2,000 shares. You know, this ends up being probably a $500, $700 banger potentially, and fortunately, it's all good. So there was a good bounce. Trying to form a little inverse head and shoulders there, it did for a minute. Yeah, but the SPHLs of the world, let's just go look at the level 2 as the spread. Spread's pretty nasty on it too. You know, I'll just go look at it on two different. Yeah, spread's not too bad on TTP. Right now it's showing 6 cents. But It's also showing, I don't know, that's not right. It's showing 565 and 571. Oh, it's because it halted up again. Oh, that's why. It's because Thinkorswim's behind on charting. I have no idea what's going on with Thinkorswim today, but Thinkorswim is behind on charting today. It is, oh my gosh, shows it's behind. Wow, that's crazy there. Yeah, it's crazy. I'm gonna have to reload Thinkorswim because this charting is well off. So sorry, Max. I just wouldn't touch it. I just can't touch those kind of plays. SPHL, what's it showing? Gap up? Nothing. It's not even showing a gap up right now. Last time there was a big gap up, it went from 330 all the way up to 520, and I wish you're getting that again, but it doesn't look like it's showing gap up. None, zero, nada. Nasty, to be honest there. So I would be careful trading that one. That'd be like trading T-Root, T-R-O-O. That one's halted too, and just ooh, yeah. J-Web says, what's on your menu this week in Indica or Sativa? They're usually both on the menu. You know, typically, you know, Sativa during the day and Indica at night. All right, any questions we have? Yeah, I'll leave it alone though, Max. I mean, that's just we unfortunately, like I said, I've said this now since last week. We had that fun run late April, came back again for a little bit in May, where we're getting the halt gaps. You know, where they were predictable, and I was trading them, and we are now doing. You just don't know if you're going to get a gap up, you're getting a gap down. You just aren't. You can't predict it as well. You just can't. Just isn't happening. I wanted it out of the gate. I will say that out of the gate, I was thinking Best or AST. I think I was hoping, or hey, STI was. I was hoping we'd get it. And you know, it just shows you today we're definitely moved out of that. And it's nice to see a bounce play though. It didn't work amazing, no, but it still worked out. 15 minutes for 50 cents. So I'll take it. CMND provided for a couple of bounce plays as well today. So again, that's the one thing which I always notice. There will be days they don't work, but still overall, when they don't work, the next day they do. So bounce plays are just always going to be there. That's why I love bounce plays so much. Because they're so easy to trade when you actually have the right setup. Now, is the right setup going to form every day? No, maybe not. But all right, baby. I'm going to shut down this Thinkorswim and see if it comes back to being like up-to-date charting, because I'm just going to close this one down right here. There goes STI cracking down for more. STI going crack city. Got smoked tuna in the house. Have a lunch recap with Steve coming up today around 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We will have Steve and myself doing a lunch and week recap. A lunch and week recap. Yeah, their charting's behind, so Thinkorswim's having charting issues today. Man. Thank God I can trade. Jeez. Yeah, golly. As much as love I talk about Thinkorswim, and then this happens today. But, hey, that's... Hey, you know. All right, sweet. Oh, man, I can't believe it's only 45 minutes after the opening bell. It feels like it's my usual cutoff time. I'm like, guys, I'm done. I'm about to chill for the day. So, any questions you guys have? Anything you guys want to go over? Gals as well. What do we got? I'm going to go pick up some groceries for the weekend. I thought that's what you're going to ask, J-Web. What's on the menu for the weekend? We got some good stuff coming up. We got some good stuff coming up. So much so that I forgot already what we're having this weekend. I was like, what else did I get? I know I got some chicken to grill. Avery just loves some classic grilled chicken. We're gonna keep it healthy on Sunday. Be the last couple of days this weekend when it's not too hot out. It's gonna be like 84, 82. I know coming up this coming week we're doing a lot of healthy food. You know, getting back on that healthy kick, which we're always usually relatively healthy. But stuffed peppers. So like Avery will do a bell pepper. You know, pull it. Cut off the top, empty it out, and then stuff it with some turkey meat, some cheese, some mozzarella sauce. It's so good. She does these stuffed peppers. Oh, they're so good. There's rice in them. They're so good. And then she's gonna make some nachos with the mini sweet peppers. So we'll have like our Taco Tuesday, but we'll go tortillaless and make some nachos with meat for sure. But we'll do so we're doing some nachos. And what was the other thing that I ordered with all the other good stuff? You know, you gotta have the other good stuff. I'm gonna make my white queso, my homemade white queso. You know the stuff you get at those Mexican restaurants. You know, gotta have that white queso. You go to La Hacienda, you know, whatever it is down the street, gotta have some of that white queso. Oh, wings. That's right, wings. I want wings tomorrow night. So tonight's pizza, always Pizza Friday. Every Friday night we do pizza. Not every Friday. We'll eventually get exhausted, you know, some Friday nights and not do pizza. But usually Friday nights pizza and salad. And then tomorrow we're going to do wings and some dip. Avery's going to make her ranch dip. So we'll have some like carrots and some vegetables to dip. And then Sunday I'll grill out some squash and some zucchini. Other yummies in there too as well, right? Little appy, munchies. Monday, Tuesday do the nachos. Wednesday, Thursday do the stuffed peppers. And then boom, there's your meal plan for the week. We always plan out. Avery used to like hate when I did this. Now she absolutely loves it. The other day she's like, I love doing this. I'm like, yeah, you used to fucking hate on me when I would do this every. I'm like, I'm like when I'd ask her what she want for the week or whatever it might be. I'm like now she's like getting back into this, like she's finally out of this whole negative mindset from Hollywood, blah blah blah, you know, the Hollywood feed thing, and she just was down and out. Now she's back to like, oh man, she's back to Avery. I called her depleted there for a while. She was just so skinny, didn't eat anything, it just was, she is smoking. Now she's back to just like prime Avery, smoking Avery. But she's eating, she's active, you know, she's Avery again, which is the woman I fell in love with, you know. But I'm glad she got out of that damn hellhole. You know, sometimes you guys, you work at a place, it becomes a hellhole. Just drains you, you know. It's like, what's his face? Shao Kahn. Your soul is mine. On Mortal Kombat. Anywho, some yummy food coming up this weekend. Enjoying the last bit before, because it's getting swampy. Humidity's coming. I know if you're in the South, you're feeling that humidity. Yeah, it's getting icky, sticky outside. Sticky, icky, Ricky. Fridays are pizza night too. That's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, SPHL's halted up again. SNBR again, a little bit slower mover here. I know RMSG, I don't know that it matters much, SPHL with the charting wise here, because we are going to be a little bit behind, but boom, halted up yet again. No gap up, did run into another halt up. Now showing a small gap up this time of 7.11. Not going to trade it at all. There's no reason for this play to be going. There's no news on it. Very sketch sauce, but hey. You sometimes just have to get a crazy runner going. I'll leave that one alone, though. MYO, not too bad. All right, look, it's just really too slow. Way too low volume for me, my man. Way too low volume for myself. Some candles have, like, no volume. It's just a dash with literally 500 shares traded in some of these candles. Way too, you know me, I like fast. I can't do slow. Never have been slow. Can't go slow on the interstate. I can't type slow, can't talk slow. I just can't do slow. I'm an early. Yeah, well, that too. You're the one that gets in these plays well ahead of time and just lets them run. You know, they can be slow for you. They can be slow for you. Even when I do that, I have to have like MUs of the world. Like when I'm in good, but it's still like a crazy volatile play and you know, like an MU. You know, it's like, damn. I just can't do slow. It just isn't. Oh, it's weird. I try. Even it's funny. Yeah. Just can't do slow. Oh, here comes crackback. I gotta have the time and cells up so we can really see where the chart's at. Thinkorswim's having a lag today, team. So if you do see, if you're like wondering what's going on with the charts, it's nothing on my side, or nothing on your side. It's my side. TOS is lagging on the charts. Good job there for myself getting out at 287. I got it at 287, team. 287. Check this out. It never saw higher than that, essentially, right? So I got out perfect on my stop loss, coming down for more. If you do want to take a bounce play and you just want to keep trading to practice, come down. I got a forever line in at this 210 mark. That's after hours high, pre-market original high before we blew up and went on a rip. That's your better dip buy bounce area. Yeah, Friday night's pizza night. I bet Friday night's pizza night I bet, I would imagine if I had to guess Friday and Saturday, in my opinion, or in the fall Monday for Monday Night Football, but still Friday and Saturday probably roll. Pizza joints, that's got to be their no. I mean, any restaurant, obviously, but then definitely to go, like the Domino's and the Papa John's and the of the world. It's got to be their busiest nights. It's got to be. No ifs, ands, or buts. Nice. Yeah, GXAI was a good one. Yep. Hey, that's what you got to find who you are as a trader. I've said that for so long. People, to me, that's one of the hardest things for traders to get down is just to figure out who are you going to be as a trader. You can't do what everyone else is doing, or what that person. Now, again, what I teach when I'm trying to do right, I feel you can do bounce plays. So it's like, come over with me. Hey, I'll do one-on-ones with you. I'll figure out what you're good at. Is the main thing I do these with. I feel like I'm a really good psychologist when it comes to that, and motivate you and pump you up. And I'm your coach. Your mentor, your motivator, all that good stuff. Disciplinarian, all that. But then on top of the fact, I'm going to show you what you're doing wrong. Like, hey, I'm a good trader. This is not right. This is what you should be doing. I'm seeing you do this right all the time. You're not taking advantage of it. And you keep going over here and doing this dumb shit. Just do this all the time. Even if it's only 1 or 2 trades a day, or maybe only to be 3 for the week. But that's better than doing 5, 7, 10 dumb trades. And now you're negative for the week because you should have just stuck to this, but you didn't. Overall, you did that, but then you did this other dumb shit. It's just... That's to me the one thing that traders are so hard for them to get down. Where me at first, it's like I'm just a bounce trader. Of course I can do other stuff now, but at first I couldn't do anything but bounce. That was fine with me though. I don't know why. I know for a lot of traders it's so hard for them early on to just be okay with that. I get it could have been because I was like, I don't know. Maybe it was like, I finally figured it out. Like I got something that's working here, and I just stuck with it because it was finally like, yay, something's clicking. Why would I do anything else? So I don't know. So it was cool to finally just have that click and just say, well, hey, dumbass, this is what you're trading. This is who you are, and this is what you're going to do. And if you track and journal and backtest this more and more and more, I bet you get better at it and become really good at it. I'll take the break at the top of the half-hour mark here. So I'll go live for about 5 more minutes, then I'll take the break off the mic, go chill with Avery, at least to the top of the hour. And then I'll come back in here, and then if there's nothing going on, I will then take my full break until I have the lunch recap. But I'm going to take a little bit of a 30-minute break to the top of the hour, come back in here, see if I see anything moving or grooving, other than SPHL, which could maybe take that fun, crazy, up and down gap, halty mob potential. Today, for me, it was simple and easy. Find one trade in the small cap sector, and like last Friday, I wanted a halt gappy play. Well, we didn't get that. We saw that right out of the gate. We had potential with BESS, STI, and RMSG, and they all failed. They all came back down, essentially within 5 to 10 minutes. So then it became a bounce, and we found one in RMSG, and I stuck to my guns and said it's going to be right around the 270 mark, 275 mark. I've got to order at the bottom of the flag just in case it hits the bottom of the flag. Well, it hit the top of the flag back here. We talked about it. This is what it hit. This is where I got filled. Boom, shakalaka, bam to bam. Gotta love having a 315 exit when the high on that run overall was 320. 319 actually was the high on that run. Top ticked it, essentially. And that's what I've been doing. I've gotten better, crazy good at that, to be honest, right? If you think about top ticking, where you get into, where it goes to. And I'm trying to help you guys out. We're used to like, all right, I'm out, and you get out at 3. Now I'm like, no, we can continue to scale out, and make some decent money here top ticking it, which we did. And I hope some of you guys, and then did anyone in chat, how about we leave with this? Other cousin, Aussie chick, I know you two took it. Max, if you took it. Daza, if you took it. What was your best exit? Please, before I leave here, got 3 minutes left. What was your best exit on RMSG? Who had what was your highest exit? RMSG, what was your highest exit? Anyone that took the trade, I want to know. I want to know what your best exit was. Whoa, Aussie, right there with me at 315. Look at you. Good job, good job, good job. Beautiful. Anyone else want to chime in? I just love knowing. Did not take RMSG, was attracted to him. Ah, man. That's why you put those orders in, Daza. You just have to put limit orders in. You can't do market orders. You got to move away from that and start trusting the chart. If you can't trust the chart and put limit orders in, it's just such a longer road. That's how you build confidence, you know. It's trusting the chart, holding yourself accountable. So put those limit orders in. Now, again, if you just can't watch the charts, but if you have a chance to and you're in the area, put them in. You know, and just glance back every 3 minutes, every 2 minutes. Still holding himself. Still. Oh yeah. Well, you will learn when Josh says cut it to cut it. When I say cut, cut. Because that was a perfect cut. Oh my gosh. SPHL. Are we really going to go into another halt up right here? Okay, no. Okay, I was about to say SPHL. Woo. Yep. I don't do market, just limit, but could not watch. Okay, you're good. Well, I fucking hate that for you. Damn it. Son of a bitch. It's like our only trade, too, we have for the day. Like, literally, I hate that. So our only small cap. Arm was good. We're for sure arm was good. But that was our only one of the day right there. Did see a small gap up and immediately gap and go. I would just be careful taking that. Now, if I pulled it up. I got rid of it. I said, Josh, don't you do it. I pulled my market depth up. I really did. I pulled it up and was about to change it over to SPHL. Like, this is about to go in for another halt up. I'll test 100 shares. This might just go. It is going now. I have no idea why this is getting such a huge rip here. Now, 300% on the day. Is SPHL just getting a Megasaurus rip right here? It's halt strategy working on out as well. I have no idea why this is running. This is just ugly, sketchy earlier on. This is why I was telling, like right through here, this is why I was telling Max to leave it alone. Yeah, do you think it's going to break 560 and go to 960? No, just no way. No, I'm not going to ever predict that. I could jokingly say, well, watch it blow up to 10. But I wouldn't have been serious and think it would actually happen. I would say, let for this, see if this calms down. This 7 area wouldn't be bad. You know, that where we wicked at and ripped up, where we halted up at, that would be the dip buy for now, especially if we could just calm down a little bit. Simmer down. Well, honestly, if I was you, no lie, I would get out the 175 shares of whatever loss it would be now and get back in down here at 210. I wouldn't average in on that cost basis at 210 because it's not going to be a good cost basis. I would just get this to take what loss you have left, then say, okay, I'm going to get back in at 210, 215, whatever, 205 area. That 10-cent corridor, 215 to 205, 205 to 215. And then here we go. Let's do this one.
Huh. Aww. Green Giant.
That's an alert. When I just do random board noises. Right? Look for a bounce play at 215 to 205. 215 to 205. Got it. Got it. I love this little soundboard thing. What's this one? I don't even have to press it multiple times. It just has it. Let's go. Or this one's great. Taco Bell Dong. This one's good.
I got this.
Yeah, boy. I gotta have fun with this all day. Oh, how about this one? We've heard that one before. I love it. This has everything I need. This is just great.
Is it you say daddy's home for me.
That's a good one. Been waiting for this loving all day. You know, daddy's home. It's time to play. How about this one?
Plug.
Okay, plug. Oh, here we go. That sounds like, oh, y'all can't even hear these. Oh, yeah, you can. Okay, I was making sure you could have them on. I have to, like, mimic what's going on there. Let's see one more.
Shut up, bitch!
That's a good one. The Rock.
Shut up, bitch!
Man, he was great on the mic. You know, just the ad-libbing. Oh, God, it was great. That was great. That was great. That was great. Sorry, I just love these soundboard noises. Oh, PS2 startup. That hits home right there. That one. If you're a gamer, because it was kind of eerie. The PlayStation noises were at first 1, 2, and even 3. It was kind of weird. Like if you were like me at first, when the startup sound, and at night, it was scary for me. It was a little eerie. Even the second one is a little eerie sounding. Love it. That's like super popular. Love it. I love it. Okay. Gotta stop this here. My mom is kind of...
Please, Pete, I need this. My mom is kind of...
I don't know what that fa is from, but man, it's everywhere. All right, taking the break. I'll be back here in about 25 minutes or so to see if there's anything moving. I know SPHL looks like it wants to move, and it's really soaking up at this 850 mark. The one thing I do like, Max, anyone else looking for a trade, spread's bigger at times, so just be careful when this does move. Watch for a pop-up till, say, $11, $12. This flat plat, that is a very flat plat. Now, again, it's flat at 10, and there's this huge wick at 1070. I would just come in at 10-ish or so, 1005, 1010 area. Are there any last questions that you guys want to go over before I'm done? And then 7, if you want to challenge it, go small again here. 7 would be your other area. Any last questions before I take the quick little break? I'll throw some jams on for you as I take the break for the next 25 minutes. It was a good morning. ARM, I'm glad it finally. Yay, fucking small or large caps. Yay, back at it, Josh. Good job. You got one. And MU was good as well. MU was already like back and almost green on the day. I think last time I checked, or close to being even on the day, or back to open area. But ARM was money. ARM was absolutely money. Thoughts on Stack? We looked at STAK here recently. Stack. All right, Stackaroonie. Is this play halted up? It looks like it is out of nowhere here. So we have Stack halted up. 789 resumption price. Out of Dallas Zone, 794. I have no idea why these plays are halting up. This has no news today on it. Did have news a few days ago, but yeah, nothing here recently for this play. When did we last look at this? I swear we looked at it recently. Stack live here. We are live. STAK is live. STAK is live there. STAK is live. STAK is live. Hard to trade this without a chart, so I can't really even see this. That's another reason why I'm just calling it a day, because I have no idea what's going on with Thinkorswim charting. I have no idea, and so I'm kind of trading. I would be trading blind for the most part. It looks like it's going for another halt up. So if you want to go, nope, it's getting close to one. So we gapped up. I don't even know what the open price was there for Stack, but we did see a good size gap up. So you could go for the gap and go if we ran into another halt up. You could look at 703 for the bounce play at this time. That's what you'd be looking for. I'll pull it up over on my TTP, since CTP is not lagging today and has no issues. Yeah, gap up was at 8. We halted up at 7 essentially. So that was about $1 gap up. Starting to do what SPHL was doing and building a little bit of a range. Past chart history here, there's really not a lot of it. I thought we'd seen Stack recently for some reason. Maybe we haven't. There is really nothing to hold this play down. It doesn't seem like, obviously. So this play could really start to rip and roar. So we'll definitely keep STAK on watch as well. STI, not happening. So we're going to go over to Stack. We'll keep this one on watch. I'll go to a 1 minute time frame here. So this one's definitely on watch as well. And there's that trying to catch back on up there already. You can see here out of the gate. Pretty crazy sauce right there for stack. Thoughts on it? Just like SPHL, honestly, Ted, you just got to be careful. This play is now halted down as I can't keep up with it, but I just wouldn't touch them. The best play of the day for us, and I hate to keep tooting the horn here, was our bounce play. It was predictable. We were filled. We went up. I was very rarely red on it at all. These plays are just really sketchy, and I would be very careful trading stack or SPHL. SPHL showing a small gap down to 726. So if you are wanting to take that 7 bounce, again, like I said, that's why I was saying go small. You could try to trade the trend here, and if STAK can squeeze in a new high of day and looks like it's about to halt up there, then go for the gap up. The last one was a gap up, a decent sized gap up. Maybe we get another one. So that would be your only other, like, kind of like your trading plan process for STAK is if this goes and it's looking like it's about to halt up, and we're hitting that on the LULD, then you can jump in for a long, for a gap up. But just, what's up, Joe? About to call it a morning, my man. About to call it a morning, my man. Small bounce on RMSG. Didn't go big on it. I did options on ARM. You can rewind the stream. We killed ARM. I called that one out from the opening bell for the move down to 355. We hit 53.50. Essentially, we hit 55 on the dot. I got out actually on this candles. We were hitting 56. It was like right on 56. It was hitting 56. It was hitting 56. So I just took most of my contracts there and it soaked back up. Got out. Good move there. And then again, it's just pretty ugly overall in the small cap sector today. Just not really consistent. But good morning, my man. Hopefully you fared well and had good trades. Just 100 on RMSG. A little over 700 on ARM. And just going to call it a day. At this point, as we're getting some really wonky movers. And Thinkorswim's charts behind. As you can see here, this is at 38 after. We're at 39 after. So I don't know what's going on with Thinkorswim today. But they're charting at sometime around the opening bell or right afterward is now off. I've even closed it down, pulled it back up. And they say, we don't give a fuck, son. We ain't working for you today. And I said, damn, you're all being assholes. Okay. Here are all my links, team. Take advantage of them. You want to see my dogs completely naked? Well, they always are, right? This is a funny thing to say. My dad, that was his gimmick one day. I'll never forget this. I don't know why it was brought up here recently. But my dad did a shtick one day in our Dalmatian we used to have. He took her into the radio station one day and said, hey, and his shtick was, I'll be walking naked down Broadway. All over the Broadway Bridge, which that connects with Little Rock to North Little Rock. It's the Arkansas River, pretty good sized river. And he said, I'll be walking naked down Broadway with Arkansas River tomorrow, or of course in the day, or whatever, the day of. I was like, oh, her name's Naked, because we thought it was funny because dogs are always naked, so we named her Naked. Like, wait, what? Oh, man, it definitely caused a stir. People thought he really was going to because of just the crazy shticks and the antics she would do in the 90s to get, people to listen and tune in the next day or the day of. Maxie Margot. That's why I call her Maxie Margot. She looks like the Dalmatian I had. Of course, Harlequins can kind of look like Dalmatians. Huh. Except for you're huge. Like even yesterday when I was walking her, guy was like, how old are you, Great Dane? He knew immediately. He was an older guy, too. Like, she's gorgeous. And you are. You look just like Maxie. You're so pretty. You are so pretty, Maxie Margot. So her name's Margot. Then I just started calling her Maxie, too, as well. And she immediately picked it up. I'm like, yeah, I like that name, too. I'm like, yeah, get my Maxie back. Loved her as a kid. Then I got into grades, like the junior high school. Never hung out with her. And it was one of those things where, like, you just like, what was the point of even having a dog at that? I feel so bad as an adult, to her. And now I'm like, I got you back. And she's like, yeah, I'm back, Dad. I'm so happy to have you back too. All right, so a little bit of a gap down. Both of these plays halted in the 740s. How funny is that? We are trying to bounce immediately off 7 though. We're trying to bounce immediately off 7 like I talked about. So this is trying to come back off 7 there. Small little win you would have so far. Not really doing too well, but you could take your quick 40, 50 cent profit as she is trying to hold there. Nice little quick little bounce off that halt up price. So she is trying to hold, and that's going to be the key. And there she is now up 80 cents or so. So we do have a little bit of a gap. I should say gap down, or crack down, I should say, to 7. But the halt area is holding. I talked about it. Boom, shakalaka, bam, bam, bam. We are holding there. A little risky, 100%. There's your dollar bounce play on SPHL. Now you'd be taking that profit 100%. Look at the move now back up to 850, 875 rule. Woo! Beautiful bounce there on SPHL. Now looking to go for a halt up right off the 7 area. Ho! Almighty, she's halting here in about 3, 2, 1. Halting any second now. SPHL. She's a crazy one. She might take you to the bar and leave you hanging high and dry. 890, not much of a gap up coming. This is not giving the gaps and goes that you'd like to see. We'll see if stack looking like it's going to resume right at 7. Same thing here. Are we going to hold 7? It's going to be the same thing. Will it hold? You'd think, hey, it just happened on SPHL, so STAK, the other S play, it's got to happen here too as well, right? 45:18 would be resumption time. She's right back to sleep. She's such a sweetheart. What's funny is Trade the Pool's making me there. If I wanted to trade one of these, I'd have to shut my Trade the Pool down because it's giving me the blank box where I can't trade it. And it's these plays that come out of nowhere. I have no idea what glitch there is in the system. I don't know why. But yeah, it's one of those where there's nothing in the box for me to trade it. Beautiful dip buy there, right there on SPHL at 7. I'll stick around to 45 after here. Let's see what stack does. I want to see what stack does. See if this opens up at 7. Price area and holds. Then I'm going to take that break. Definitely take a quick little break here. Fun runs now out of nowhere. Why? I don't really know. I couldn't tell you why Stack and SPHL are doing what they're doing. I mean, in a way, yes, we've been hot and spiky, STIs, ASTCs, whatever. We've had a lot of big plays, even into last week, right? Of course, no PDT rule. So there's a reason for some barn burners to start showing their faces. But out of nowhere here, say an hour or 30 minutes, 45 minutes after the opening bell, it's just pump and dumpy. All right, 40, 45, 18. 45 after and 18 seconds would be the resumption time. Price showing about 7. S&BR, as I talked about, 60 cents was it. Small bounce at 60 cents there, Aussie chick. Got back up to about 66, 67 cents, and then nothing. Just not a fan of those sub $1 plays. Ooh. Oh, man. Oh, yeah. Body feeling it, working out this week. Feeling good. Going to sleep like a baby tonight. Ingrid, I cut it at 228, and now it's going up again. Well, yeah, it's what you're supposed to add in, and so you didn't get quite to add on in. That's stock trading. Well, you can't. Aussie, you were supposed to cut when I did at 287, okay? So you can't be going arg. You got to go arg. Why didn't I cut at 287 when Josh did? Then you wouldn't even be having this thought process right now, right? So that's why you can't form this, because then that becomes a habit. Well, last time it came back, well, no, you should have cut it at 287. Then you don't have this turmoil inside of you, right? And that's why I noticed it early on, and then working with you guys, I noticed it, right? Oh, halted down again. Now it's showing a huge gap. No, okay, now it's only showing, okay, not huge. It's showing a small gap down. Never mind. But that's why I learned that, because I did that. I'm like, well, Josh, if you just would have cut it up here where you first said to cut it, then you wouldn't have the whole, because you still are, you're still 25 cents better in the green than 262, So just remember that. I don't want this feeling again. It's so fucking crazy. Avery, yesterday I love Thursdays like our we weren't fucking. We were fucking talking. We were afternoon having it's like Friday for us, right? So we're having some drinks around like 5:30. I'm gonna start because I'm doing dinner. I'm gonna start cooking soon. Dogs are fed, and I forgot what was brought up. I can't even remember how it was brought up now. But she brought up that infamous story I always bring up, where I lost $1,000. She's like, how much did you lose? I'm like, she remembers like I do. It was funny. She's like, I remember, freaking out. And you were like, like, how much did you lose? I'm like, wow, you remember that? I'll tell that story all the time. She's like, oh yeah, I'll never forget that day. I was like, that's crazy that she remembers that day. It's just as vivid as, maybe more vivid for me, but regardless, she remembers it. And she brought that up yesterday. I was like, wow, that's crazy. I can't believe she brought that up. That's like funny that she remembered it that vividly. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, got me. Yeah, that's why though, right? We don't want, because it just builds up a habit, and then just making sure you take the profit when you're supposed to. Do the right thing. And literally, and see, look, boom, now it's right back on down. But you just have to, and that's why I'm trying to lead you through trade. So if I say, hey, I'm out, your ass needs to get out. I've been doing this for a really long time. And that's why I'm trying to do this, like the J-Webs or the T-Webs or the Trader Ones of the world, or yourself, or all the guys that I do one-on-ones with. I'm trying to, like, hey, take a trade with me. But then also, when I say get out, get the fuck out. Don't stay in that just because, why? I said get out. What was the point to stay in it? We are getting a little bit of move here on SPHL. Now it's coming back on down. I'm leaving it alone. I want to take a break here. These plays are just too all over the place. There is some money to be made. Quick dollar, 50-cent dollar moves out of nowhere. I just don't care about it. I'm going to call it a day for myself. I got good movement on ARM. I got overall probably about 5-6 points out of it for my 2 trades that I took on it. Well, I took 3. 1 was a loss, but the 2 wins, I got about 5 or 6 points. The spread over here on freaking SPHL is just absolutely bonker sauce on it. I mean, that spread, it's a little tighter here on Thinkorswim, but on TTP, it's 8.89, 8.6. It can get up to 40 cents. And that's the thing, too, that people don't realize. They're always bitching about their fills on TTP. When you trade these more volatile plays, you may not get good fills because the spread on TTP is worse. I have no idea why, but it's absolutely terrible compared to, like, say, Thinkorswim. And here comes huge pullback. Now going into a halt down. Both of these selling off. Both going into a halt down right now. This will halt down in about 3, 2, 1. Any moment now, going for that halt. Boom, there she is. All right. So we have SPHL halted down at 54 after in 10 seconds, or 49 after in 10 seconds. 54 after in 10 seconds would be the resumption time. 660, 670 is showing resumption price. STAK, resumption price is, or time, resumption time is going to be 50.46. A little over a minute from now, and it's showing 6 as the gap down open price. Oh, but okay, makes sense. That makes sense. Just stuff they need to work on, Joe, honestly, in my opinion. Just being able to put limit orders when a play's halted. There's just a lot of those things that I think that we should be immediately working on to make sure that traders like the system versus they trade it, don't like it, and maybe move on. You don't want to have one bad meal and they never come back. That's the one thing. They need to get on it like ASAP. Like I don't know. Sometimes what takes so long. I'm Mr. Fast. I like. Let's go. Let's get stuff done. What are we waiting on? Who do I need to talk to? Me and Crowbar Steve will pay a visit to their front door. And they're like, how'd you find my house? I'm like, don't give a fuck about how I found your house. Here's what we're going to do. Michael Katz and Trade the Pool said they need some help from you, and you're not helping us. What's taking so fucking long, you asshole? Okay? You want to make more money. We're trying to give you more money. What the fuck are you doing? And then Crowbar Steve. And that's just all. Crowbar Steve is kind of like Jay and Silent Bob, right? I'm Jay and he's Silent Bob. And then on that, I say Crowbar Steve. And that's when Crowbar Steve just wham! Just nails him in his shin with the crowbar. And I say, next time he'll hit you harder to break the shin. Won't you, Crowbar? And then Crowbar just gives him a... that'd be a good comic, honestly. A good cartoon. Like Jay and Silent Bob, but it was AK and Crowbar. AK and Crowbar. I show up with an AK-47. Like, what the fuck? And then Crowbar Steve, he just has a trench coat on. So you don't really think anything of Crowbar Steve at first. And you think I'm the one that's going to hurt you. I'm just toting a gun around, for fun. I don't even actually have it loaded. It's just for looks. And then Crowbar Steve, when I say Crowbar Steve, it's like... I know what you did last summer, where like his hook all of a sudden comes out of his trench coat. So like you don't see Steve's hands really, right? Because the trench coat's so long you just barely see his knuckles. And then when I say crowbar Steve, all of a sudden out of nowhere, boom, right out of his whatever hand he wants to crowbar you with. Just boom, sliding right on down. You just see a crowbar coming out of his sleeve. And then, wah! Oh, man. Watch out for your AK and crowbar. We'll fuck you up. So we do have a little bit of a wonkier day in small caps, right? Choo, 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 choo. Just nothing can stay consistent. Move your order to 220, Aussie chick. I know I said this earlier. And this is where... What did I say earlier, too? Because I thought you did cut. I said, if you've taken green and you're done, be done with me for the day, right? I've been yapping up for too damn long now. I said, be done with me. If you're green for the day, just be done. Unless you want to practice and you want to get more reps in, you know. So you could be done green. But if you still want to practice, I would put orders in, yes. I would go 225 and I would still do 215 to see if we come into this pre-market after hours high and a line that I've had in that probably most likely will be respected again for a bounce play. Your target overall would be no more than the 265 entry that we had earlier and the where we just filled at. 265, 270 where I got filled. Of course, 273 was my average entry. Good day, though. Arm, called it out, got the banger, got it. I just love that. Finally getting a large cap play. Was beautiful. And then getting them finally a bounce play too, just sitting back and waiting and actually trusting it, saying, okay, cool, I'll take it. I'm getting filled here. We'll take it. And then boom, scaled out. You can see here, almost top ticked our bounce play, which was sexy. All right, team, taking the break through the top of the hour now. I'll come back in a few minutes. I do have to go pick up the groceries. I do the pickup to go. I used to say I never do that, and I wanted to pick out my own groceries. They usually do a good enough job. I'm not too picky, honestly, anymore, and I'm just so busy. And Avery just hates it. Every once in a while, she likes to do it. It's like once in a blue moon. So I just do the pickup. And why not delivery? I hate delivery. I can't stand delivery. I can't. I mean, great. They're trying to make money, some extra cash. It's just, for me to pay someone to have something delivered when I can go do it myself, and especially to go food. I have to be lazy, or it's a rainy day or just something where I'm like, I ain't doing it. I'm going to be cheap and lazy today. Otherwise, I want food fresh. I'm going to go out to eat it. I don't want to go. And same with my groceries. And also the main thing, I like to get out my cars. It's a way to get out, drive, get out of the house, get some fresh air, smell BMW leather, smell the Napa Jeep leather. Beautiful stuff. Aussie, you ready for that? Aussie, by the way, will be doing like a lot of you guys doing the AKNR. She's going to be coming here to Arkansas doing an AKNR. She gets to have first-hand experience. I might even let her drive the BMW. She might even get to drive Voltron. No faster than 55 miles an hour, though. Oh, yeah, it's an excuse to drive us all. Yeah. Car people like Saline, Aussie, we get it. You get me. You get me. And I go to the Walmart that's nicer and a little bit further away than the one that's a little bit closer, just to get a little further drive in. Think I'll go hit the links. If it wasn't too hot, and maybe, I'm not kidding you, Aussie, because I know you love it, and I'd love to get Avery. Avery, we'd love to go too, or, get her out there. She's wanting to get into it, and we have clubs for her. If it isn't too hot when you come in July, we'll go play some golf. 100%. We'll go play some golf one day in the afternoon. Hopefully there will be one day that, it's not too hot and we can go out and get a few holes in where we're not just sweating our tits and fucking nuts off. Which is most likely going to be the case unless we go out there. Which wouldn't be bad. Go out there like 6:30 one morning. Go out there at 7. That's where the old guys always go out. They get out there crack of dawn, 5:30, 6 o'clock. And they're fast. They're done by like 8:30. 8 o'clock. They're ripping through those 18 holes. And yeah, maybe I'll let you get behind the wheel. I mean, honestly, with Voltron, I know you'd handle it just fine. I'd let you get on it just once, on the access road, and like, okay, that's it. Whoa, woo, okay. You hit 63. What are we doing here? Okay, I said 0 to 60, not 0 to 63. You see 60, squeeze the brakes, okay? That's it. You're capped off. It'd be like if I could have my own steering wheel and brakes and like, well, I'd be like, oh, that's it. You're done. That 60's it. Slow her down. All right, guys, I'm going to take my break. I'll be back here in just a bit before I go run to get the groceries. Like I said, be careful with SPHL and SPAC. So I said be careful. Yeek. It's been a little wonkier day. Taking the break, throw some jams on. I'll be back here right before I go pick up some groceries, some goods. I don't think I have to get anything else while I'm out. And then I have my lunch recap in just about 2 hours with my boy Steve the Achieve over on Trade the Pool. Lost boys, lost girls, thank you for joining today. I will be back here in just a bit. I wanted more volatile, halty, gappy plays. We kind of got them in the end, but they were just sketching out of nowhere and for no reason, and now they're dumping back down. And they had one decent move up. One decent move up, one decent move up. If you caught it, good. Other than that, it got real wonky. The 7 bounce, as called for, did work out. I will say if you took that, you got a halt up out of it, and that ended up being a 2, almost 3-point banger. So there did become a little bit of a predictability out of one, at least one trade out of these 2 right here. Other than that, all the other small cap plays were relatively ugly today. SNBR had a good move, and then just faded right back on down. Anything we're looking at the opening bell, did nothing after the opening bell. As you can see here, RMSG, any of the plays we were looking at, BGMS, speaking of, another play, dumping on down, STI, not giving it to us today. Everything else, Best, didn't give it to me today. Mask, didn't give us to it today. BCDA, anything, CMND this morning, they're all done. They all faded and farted themselves. They shit the bed. Everything shit the bed. Nothing's holding up. Even the plays that have popped up are shitting the bed now. So, all right, taking the break, throwing some jams on back here in just a bit.
guys? Oh, you're here. I'm good. How are you? Yeah. Dude, the market dropped almost 1,000 points. This is insane.
Josh, we are
Yeah.
live. We are live.
I I'm kind of like, I mean, I'm not gonna say like I should have held, but I took my profits and I'm
Josh,
like, I'm done. I'm
we are
done.
live.
That
We
was a
are live,
great
man.
move,
We are
you
live.
know?
We are live, man. We are live. The live has started.
Yeah, we've been live, mister.
Oh, we're live. Okay, we're already live.
Yeah, we've been live, mister.
Sweet. We're live. Oh, I'm just sitting here talking.
That's crazy. Like, I think the market is trying to tell us something, right? Like, we're hitting all-time highs as we're in the middle of war, and Trump with his tweets just, making the market a little bit confusing to understand, and for investors to make a decision to, for their portfolio. And it's like now the market just completely cracked trend line.
Good
Right?
morning or afternoon, I guess. 1 p.m. for you guys. How we doing?
My dog thinks someone's here because of the bell.
That scare you there? Oh,
This is Ella.
hi Ella. That's what you think. You don't know what I got upstairs.
Damn.
I don't have much going on upstairs, Josh. It- I was gonna say you're gonna need a skylight. Well, that sounds like a metaphor. Yeah, all I've got going on upstairs is giraffes running around. Sometimes it feels like that. How are we doing today, guys? It's been a little bit red out there.
A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, I took half of this drop.
Nice. I shorted a poor weekend by going long sleep. I slept in today and I missed all this carnage and I'm waking up here like why is everything on fire? What did you guys do? Josh, I thought you're supposed to be holding up that level on Spy. Oh, okay. Oh.
I wouldn't be surprised if it hits 29 by tonight. 29 flat. Like,
29. I think it
probably.
might. Oh, I'm sorry. What were you saying?
Yeah, because I even have this level here. Like, I'm like, okay, is it gonna hold this 4 hour here? This is a nice area of demand for sure, but is it gonna come sweep this sell side liquidity? Will be really interesting to see, but it can give us an opportunity to buy as long as it holds.
Absolutely. I'm wondering, Alejandro, do you do the what's it called? I think he has a few names for it. Uh, oh shoot. does he do something with a golden pocket retracement? So what would he call that? I'm trying to remember back to my training, but I know that he talks about equilibrium, right? Like the middle of a range.
Mhm.
Does he talk about like the optimal retracement area for that? I forget if that's part of his system or not.
Um, I don't know if I've like finished like his whole course of education,
Mhm.
but I primarily just trade order blocks, fair value gaps, price action, and then like major demand and major supply area. So
Gotcha.
I, yeah, because if I try to learn like a whole system and the way that, people read it, it's like I just take parts from everybody and I just apply it for myself.
Totally. Well, I'm the same way, and that's why I was like, I couldn't quite remember. I always think of myself
Mhm.
like one of those crabs that like puts things on the back of their shell to like decorate it. So I'm like just going around decorating my shell with different trading ideas. Uh, well, what I was trying to illustrate, I guess, is like when you have a range, like we're talking about this previous swing low and this previous swing high, you start wondering. I heard you mentioning reaching for liquidity, so you start wondering where is the liquidity that we're reaching for? Is it
Yeah.
in the middle of this range? Is that what we're
Hmm.
coming down in here to like scoop inwards to go higher, to propel higher, or are we actually going deeper and we're looking for an internal, or I'm sorry, reaching for external liquidity from this range,
Hmm.
like going in this way deeper. So it's just something to consider. And what I always try to look for is, well, in our current range, how are we acting under this equilibrium, under the middle part? So, for example, when we get down to these middle fib or lower fibs, like the 6-2, the golden fib, or the 7-8, the stop run fib, how are we acting down here? If when we get here and we show a strong incentive to buy, then maybe it's a response to, oh, I don't know, maybe a daily order block. Maybe it's a 4-hour order block. Yeah, there it is. I drew this out on the hourly chart there, but this loss of a level and reclaim, or where the what am I trying to say? Yeah, where this candle came down and then reclaimed before we surged. You could call this an order block. I would probably bring it down here, and lo and behold, it perfectly aligns with this fib. It also we also have this nice high volume node all coming together here. So this is the area where I really need to see it respond with some force. Otherwise, Alejandra, I think you might be right, and I think we're powering down lower, at least to 2,900. But while we're down here, hey, why not drive it lower? I think that's a
That's what I'm
possibility.
saying. Yeah.
So we'll have to see, but this is like a really interesting area. That's what I'm thinking. What do you guys think? On NQ? Okay, all right, okay. I thought it was the end of the world here. All right. Yeah. Absolutely. And just when you look at it on this hourly, I mean, first off, with all the chicken scratch, it's just so funny to see how one continuation pattern turns into another, and all of a sudden we're way up here and just kind of primed to think, hey, where's the next continuation going to take place? Surely it has to bounce here. Why does it have to? This is such a crazy move, and you can see it kind of lurching, rolling, lurching. It's got some lurch going on.
Great questions.
Yeah, we really got to know that to help inform you, because what I was just talking about this with Jesse. What's one person's entry is another person's exit, and we're talking like optimal, right? Because if I'm scalping, maybe I'm just taking the initial impulse move, and then if you're on a 1 to 3 day swing trading strategy, you're waiting for that scalp that I took for that confirmation. Then you're waiting for it to come down and back test. So where the scalper would be getting out or getting stopped out of that short trade or long trade, the weekly trader, he's just getting involved, and then he might take that to a strong weekly close, and then that might be where a longer term investor would be getting involved, waiting for that weekly close. Yeah, one of those guys. I don't know what they're up to. Waiting for a weekly candle. That's I got things to do, Josh. But exactly. Mm, mm. I like it. I like it. I'll tag on to that, Josh. The theme for me today is short and sweet, in and out. So, Apple here, I do think that I like your 305 level. I also like the fact that it's got the round number and the 21-day moving average. What if we sweep down, undercut the 300, reclaim that 302, that volume shelf, and what if that's our entry? I'm thinking that for a 1 to 5 day swing.
I know. I'm like over here, like, man. All I have to do is just sit here and look pretty. You guys are doing all the work.
You're like
uh,
Apple? What is that? NQ without all this other good stuff? Why would I trade that?
yeah, I was just looking at it because, like, to be honest, ever since I switched over to futures, I've only been watching the futures, like
Mm,
gold, silver, oil, MNQ, MES. Because everyone's always asking me like about the levels or whatever they want to know about futures. But now that I've started to do these lives, I'm like, wow, like I totally almost forgot about all these other companies. Like yesterday I was going crazy in earnings, and I'm just like, okay, like USA, it'll be okay. I got some triggers from past trauma on
oh
earnings,
no,
so
too much happening.
yeah. Well, it can be overwhelming. Hmm. Yeah, it could definitely be overwhelming, and like I mean, you guys are, you do it every single day like it's nothing, but other people that are barely learning how to read the chart, I think it would be a good idea to stick with one chart and master the levels and the prices and the movement, because they all like move very differently. And just like they were saying, like, what time frame are you thinking of trading? Because you have to know the time frame, like you have to know what type of trade you want to do. Like, I really wish I held a short London session last night. I would still be holding it and swinging it until probably Monday.
Yeah, and that is a really good point about the swinging for futures. If you get a really nice entry off of a short, say for example, you're like, okay, I have marked out my previous resistance here. It's a band right here. This is an area where I'm expecting to come back into for an order mitigation block. Basically, price fell off from this point. I want to see it come back here, and then this is the pivot. This is the magnet that it's reaching for. Once it gets there, it unlocks the magnet that was pinning it there because it was high volume. It's a sell order on the tape going, hey, just bring it back to where I got caught here. If you just bring it back right here, I'll get out. And so they do, brings it back up here, and then the seller getting out pushes it back in the initial direction. So say you caught this really, really clean entry right here at 76, say 76.05, you're in right there. You can say, all right, into the close after hours here, this is looking heavy as heck. Or, where would it be? Yeah, after hours here, this is looking super heavy. I'm going to hold this, and with my take partial profit, maybe under these wicks. Josh always says, hey, we're shooting for these wick zones, right? So, hey, there's another other way we can combine these systems. Alejandra's ICT strategy that she likes to use, I like to as well. Josh's, multiple strategies here, but they can all be layered together, and you can just hold the trade where you can't with some other things. So I do see a lot of benefit for futures in that, because you can maybe say you have 2 micros or something and say, all right, I'm going to take the close out here. It's already a nice 30, 40 point move. You can just let it kind of roll, let it ride, put your stop over there, and just say, hey, if it comes back, it comes back. If it doesn't, I wake up to a nice little early Christmas in July, Christmas in June. So yeah, that's something to think about there, just for the future side. And that's what I use my my Fivers account for. I love doing stuff like that. And then I get to save my trader or think the pool. I'm opening my Thinkorswim here. My trade the pool account for all the fun stuff here, like the earnings, like all of these small caps. Which, speaking of which, I'm curious, what's the big mover? What are the big movers today in the small cap lands? Hey, wow. Look at that. STAK. Steve Tileman. AK. Why aren't we trading this together, Josh? Would have been. Okay. All right. So you did your part. I needed a long for the ST, and then you come in with the AK and just get it on down there back to $2, $3. That's a wild little swing there. These always make me like, why wouldn't I just hang out with Alejandra and trade futures? That seems normal. This is like what's that movie where she's like, why can't you just be normal? It's like, this is insane. Giant move up, giant sweep down, giant move up. This is still like a 30, 40. What is this? What is this? That's a 75% move from the bottom, and that just looks like a dead cat bounce. So I don't know how you do it, Josh. Just built different, I suppose. This stresses me out looking at, dude. Ooh, mole, mole. Yeah, I think I need to start trading these though, because it's so clear at times. We'll have to look on a high time frame to see if I would have been brave enough to take this short, but it's so clear saying, hey, there's a ceiling here. There's big sellers trying to push it down here. We're over VWAP. If you just say, you have this context and wait for the crack of VWAP, say, boom, close below VWAP. This looks dire. Man, 650, take it on down back to the open. That's a
And we
nice
can
little
trade
chunk
this on the Fivers, right? On the swing account?
on trade the pool. We can trade these.
Oh, trade the pool.
Yeah, yeah, right here. That's where is it? Wait. Oh, yeah, up in the corner there. So disoriented.
Got it, got it.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So there's also another account type on Fivers for CFDs, or like if I wanted to trade like the euro over the dollar, like pairs like that. Whoa, my indicator's misfiring. But you could trade stuff like this on there too. But for any equity, like any kind of shares, we got you covered here at Trade the Pool. Whether it is, oh, I don't know, we just can spin the wheel down my insane person's watch list. I can trade Disney. I can trade Sentinel One. I can trade actually don't know what this one is, but it's something about uranium. UR Energy. That doesn't even sound like a real company, but you can trade it here on Trade the Pool. Mercy, why not? Lemonade, trade some lemonade on Trade the Pool. Why not? You can trade everything. You can trade Forex not on Trade the Pool Talk, but you can trade that on the Fivers. It's just about getting the right account type. There are two different accounts that they offer, those ones, and then yeah, good old futures. But yeah, you can trade anything with four tickers, four letters in the ticker, just about on Trade the Pool, as long as it's not like getting delisted or something. We'll
I
let
feel
you
like
trade
I feel like a 3-year-old walking into like Disneyland. Like, you
it.
know what I mean? There's like all these platforms you could trade almost anything, and without even risking your own capital. Like, there's literally no excuse now. And now with no PDT rule, what do you guys think about that?
Ooh, I think that people who have discipline problems or patience problems, like we were talking
Mhm.
about yesterday, I think they're going to be in for a tough time. I think market makers are going to have a really good time, and I think we're going to have to prove ourselves. But this is the time where we can show just how effective these systems of discipline, patience, and Josh's courage. I feel like we're on a what is that? The That works. I like that. I was thinking the Wizard of Oz, but okay, okay, I like it. I don't know. I'm thinking if I only had a brain, all I got is giraffes running around up there. So, oh come on! I always feel like that episode of SpongeBob. They're I was like, watch the cats. Mine's just for the rare moment actually doing nothing disruptive. So let's let sleeping cats lie there. One shepherd, yeah, he lives mostly not in these two. Like we have kind of like a cordoned off area down here, so she gets a little bit of space. She's an elderly cat. She's about 12 now, Miss Cleo. So she gets first run of the house.
Let's hear
Oh,
an
just the TWC Trading World Championship.
Oh, I wanted to ask how do the rules apply? So like are the rules just following the rules of the prop firm, or are there additional rules for the competition? There's no consistency rule? What's the max micro? Or what's the max specific? Cool. Thank
I'll be there. You can't keep me away. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
I'm definitely ready. Yeah, let's talk about it. So this is going to be the talk of the town now that we've got PDT out of the way. I know it just came, it would have been the biggest news of the month, any other month of the year maybe. But we have SpaceX. We have Elon debuting his big old rocket ships. Everybody loves big old rocket ships, right, guys? So we're going to see how much of a market or an appetite the market has for them. We are basically playing a game of hot potato. You know, that's what you're doing if you're playing these space names. So right now, let's check in on them. Let's go with the NASA ETF. Getting hammered today, right back down to the equilibrium. So, I mean, this is how I'm looking at the sector because it's nice and clean. It's a representation of all the top names that are being used essentially as a SpaceX proxy. It's all bundled in one neat and tidy ETF with a nice ticker there, and it just launched recently. You know, whenever they launch these, you got to look out because they're often going to be very relevant themes when the ETF launches. They're pretty good at timing them. So yeah, big move up, like what, 30% just in the first week or two. This thing's finally retesting a level where it's been on sale. So if we're going to see continuation, this is the kind of space where I'm looking, no pun intended, where I'm looking for these names to catch. RDW, one of my favorites. This is not very bad, not very poor structure there. We just had earnings on Planet Labs. This one got smoked. I will admit, but at the same time, I bet you it's going to be holding some kind of fib here. We did hit the tube extension down that from the fib we drew from earnings, maybe from this gap up level in the golden pocket. We're also in one of Josh's little zones of interest here. So for a lot of these names, it's not looking hopeless. Here's ASTS. Not doing that, but it did get the liquidity up here, now coming back into its equilibrium. Give you one last one. Rocket Lab. These can drop more and still be in bullish structure overall. So the question is, how much can they actually turn the corner and run with the market looking heavy, with the IPO around the corner? Do they have any juice left, or has the trade already been made? I'm really not sure. So the first playbook, Josh, it already kind of happened, and that's taking these swings into it. We took profit last week just because we didn't know it was going to happen. Rung the register on ASTS and RDW. But if they're going to send it up again, we should know pretty early next week, and it will be looking for that momentum for sure. Otherwise, we can see that the heavy sell kind of continue. A lot of these names, like I said, they haven't fully broken down yet. They're just kind of starting to test a breakdown. So we can look for the shorts into maybe the print itself, or we wait till after the print, see that momentum starting to fade down, then really look for the shorts. That's my number one playbook. Then the third one, it's going to take a little bit of time, but eventually it will be time to buy the dip on the high quality, longer term investments in the space. For me, that is going to be the ASTS and the RDW. I'm a big fan of their fundamentals, even though I think ASTS and their management, they're kind of messing with us a little bit. I wish that they would do a little more sandbagging instead of over promising and under delivering. That being said, really cool tech that I want to see and buy long term. So there, I think space is absolutely the place to watch next week, and I know I'll be talking about it a whole lot. They're going to be sick of me, Josh. Anything else you want me to touch on in the space? Right. When would he like it? Would he like, he wants the service and he wants it now? We can do that. Okay. So this name is looking like every other software as a service chart in the market. And just to prove my point, we're going to throw up IGV on there as well. There's the ETF. It's doing the same thing, guys. Essentially, big moves up in the whole sector, big moves down in the whole sector. We saw the market rotate into them very heavily in the beginning of the month, and it was a little bit too telegraphed. So it got smacked back down. It's kind of like when you telegraph a punch and it gets, ducked really easily. So does that mean that it's not real, though? I don't want to go that far. Essentially, we came back up. We broke these bases, that yellow line right there, and we tagged the 200-day moving average. Now we're coming back, and this is where I would assume, pardon me, we'll start to find buyers. The moving averages are catching up and curling, and what I'd like to see is probably this gap filled on now back to 110. That's got a low volume node at 112. That's where I'd start looking for buyers to show up. We're not too far off, so I think that we get the full gap closed to 110, and that's where we start to look. Josh, do you like any other names better in the software as a service space, or is this your favorite as well? Snow's a big strong one too. Right, absolutely. And I'll just show on the ETF here, if I reverse these fibs, you'll see for now. Yeah, I know. It's always confusing when the snow or the what's that, Alejandro?
I'm just I'm listening because I don't watch these at all, but I'm like, oh, this sounds nice. I like the short. I follow it. I understand. I
Mhm.
see. I'm like,
Yeah.
yes, this
No,
is
look at
gonna.
this one. You'll like this one a lot. Look how clean this short was from the 200 day. It just said, okay, we hit this, and I'll give you one more. We swept liquidity from relative equal highs. There's some ICT terminology. We swept the buy side liquidity over these equal highs. We took away two sets of stops, and then the sellers were able to step back in. So this was kind of the magnet up. That was why we got such a strong surge. But that doesn't mean that we have to go higher. It seems up to this point, this was our big goal to kind of sweep this liquidity at the top of the base, and now we can come back down to the meat of the base, the top, the biggest point of the base in terms of volume. And now we're at the real decision time. Is it a back test, or does Alejandro get the epic short down into, man, I don't know,
I
where would
know,
we
huh?
even go? 100?
A yellow line.
Yeah, down here. I like it. I like it. That's where the next big volume point is. So if we fail here, and really if we fail that 124, then it's a long way down to 85 in my book.
Yeah, if I were to take the short to the continuation to pick up the other level, I would say I would probably enter in on the rejection under the box
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
it can fake you out and take the sell side there and then go up.
How funny would that be? Because we have this really nice base. We look like we got a really strong breakout, and it turns out that was just a peekaboo above and then a fail. So a failed
Yeah,
breakout. But what
yeah,
if? What if they do the fake breakout into the fake breakdown?
dude, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. And I always wonder
I
about
wouldn't
that
be
in these names.
surprised because think about it. It's been bearish since when? What's the date? Sorry.
3 days ago, 4 days ago, on the first. It was the first of the month.
No, the second drop at the top.
Way up here.
Yeah, right there.
Oh yeah, I mean the second drop has
January.
been bearish since this whole year. Yeah, end of January
Yeah,
or Christmas.
yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's gonna keep going down, but we'll see.
I like that. So basically, you're saying, hey, everything's been going up this year. This one's been only going down, and I like the look that it's basically broken out and it's back testing. I would want that proof that you're looking for. So I would need to see a loss of this low and then a back test here of this high volume to get involved in a short. Otherwise, I am looking in this zone here for a potential. I know this was my bullish line, but hey, if it needs to come down here, as long as it holds this peak, this blue zone, I think we're still in business for a potential really nice entry here on Palantir. Just
Yeah.
it's hard to bet against a company that's this evil and this giant. Sorry, not evil. This ambitious at making lists of I don't know, what do they even do? Make lists of like minorities to redline or something? I honestly don't know. Something spooky and sinister sounding. So probably a good business, to be honest. You know, there's a lot of money in watching everybody. I think they're going up.
Oh,
I think that's a very
big data
diplomatic approach to it.
analytics, AI.
They're a fun one. It's one way you
It's a
can put
software
it.
company.
This is like my party trick, Josh. You can just like throw a ticker at me, and I probably know at least one sentence about what they do. It's nobody cares except for people in this very small corner of.
Isn't that crazy? Because like every trader or every person that is like, oh, you're a trader, you trade. Oh, that must be so hard. You must be so smart, like learning all these companies. And I'm like, half the time I don't even know what company it is. I just know the ticker name.
Well, I mean, you see, even I do the same thing. I'll just like remember I won't know the actual company name. I'll know the ticker and what they do, and it's not even. It's like the kid who just memorizes things well. It's like, are they smart, or do they just like have that thing in their brain where they can know that? Oh, I don't know. CLS Celestica, I think. All I know is they do like something about AI supply chain, like in warehouses and stuff. So they were one of the biggest early beneficiaries. Or some are easier than others, Crocs. But some are so random that it's like I could use this brain or this part of my brain to like, I don't know, maybe try to find a cure to a disease or something, or even just remember to take out the trash. Instead, it knows what the African Amazon ticker is, and that's JMIA. So if you're looking for a similar company to Amazon, but in Africa, now you know JMIA. That's my useless trivia for you today, guys. This is the right answer. All right. Yeah. Wait. Good timing. I was just about to bring Bitcoin up here.
Yeah,
It is.
Bitcoin, I think is gonna make a lot of millionaires soon. I don't know.
For
Or a lot of
shorting it or longing it.
bankruptcy. for for longing it eventually when it's
Yeah.
done bleeding. Yeah.
I think you're right. It's just about when is the despair meter full? Have we punished the bulls enough? Feels like probably pretty soon. They're having a hard time. We did crack the low here, and that is wild.
Kind of like Palantir's chart.
Ooh, scary. We can overlay it.
Is it sweeping the lows right now? Yeah, see, it's about to sweep the low. No, or did it just do it?
Palantir's holding a little bit stronger, but Bitcoin
Sorry.
did sweep the lows. We can drag that up here. You can see this one holding a little bit higher. Bitcoin is sweeping the lows, is under here. I'm going to take this off for a second, clear us up here, because this is kind of dire. We're going to be looking for whether it can hold this bigger breakout area. This flag was really strong. It showed a nice breakout and continuation move. When we came back down into it, oh man, this seems like it was just a dead cat bounce, and it seems like we want to see continuation. We're at the 200 week, so it's like now or never, but it really should have held, I think. So now we start looking at where's the next area this could be reaching for. I see some wicks down here. And what I think we really need to do, guys, is start. Oh man, it's about that time. We got to move our fibs, our whole long-term fibs that we were hoping this was the bottom of the range and we could play off of. It's looking like we got to drag them all the way down to the next point of interest. And I see where it is. I know this is a very well-loved chart. There's a lot going on. But there's one thing I want to draw your mind to. And that is this fib ratio from this top to this bottom of this flag formation. When I pull it here, I'm seeing the first thing that makes sense to me. And that's, okay, if this is the range that we're still operating in, then it makes sense that we would come back up, hit the 50% fib, and sell. That's a dead cat bounce. So I think the target is that we need to come back down to 50,000 proper. 50,000 proper. Then we can decide whether we're doing maybe a fake breakdown. We sweep under here, grab liquidity, do a higher low, and rush back up to this 69K big pivot. Maybe it is a little more dire than that, and we power through this range, back test it, just like we back tested this one, and then flush further. I don't like the chart yet, even though I wish I did. But I just do not. What do you guys think? Do you think I'm crazy for being this bearish and thinking we're going back to 50K? Oh, nice. Yeah, yeah. Like what you're like. What even is a Bitcoin? What does a Bitcoin do? What does that buy me? Well, it's like I don't know. I need a better deal. I like it. Yeah, yeah. Perfect example. That's a perfect metaphor, Josh, and I love to use that too. Sorry to step on you there, but I was just staring at this fib here, and I was going, well, what does this represent? This equilibrium? Well, it means is it on sale or not? One line on my chart tells me we're in this range. We're clearly not holding this upper range, So okay, fine. We're in this bigger range. It's not on sale till it's under 44K. 44, 44, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. That's the level, guys. Under there, it's on sale. So long term for those investors out there, we are looking for a higher low off of this 15K low. It can still come down quite a ways and save you a pretty penny. If you're just saying, hey, we're going higher long term, I agree. But I'm going to be looking for, if not 44K and then a reclaim up to 50, I think we might need to see a retest of some of these real kind of, oh man, it looks so low down here, but I think it could definitely happen. Get those wicks to test, get this prior base that we broke out of to test. 30K? 30K? I don't know. If so, that's where I'm actually buying Bitcoin. Until then, I'll trade it, but I do not hold any Bitcoin long. I do hold a little bit of Ethereum, and it's very sad, but I've been slowly moving to. Do you know about Hyperliquid, Josh? You should be a sponsor. What I do know is they are getting more and more adopted. They're a crypto that essentially is going to be more and more involved in these 24-hour tokenization chains of stocks. So, for example, they have you can go to Hyperliquid and see what SPY is doing on the weekend. Well, SPY, their tokenized version of it. So you're not buying SPY itself. There are risks to these from an investment perspective. I'm sure. Not telling you to buy them. Never give any financial advice. What I am saying is I own some of this because I think it's fun. I think it's the new big thing, and I think the chart is fresh and just starting to break out. So it'll be really interesting to see that space start to evolve over the next couple of years. But I am not married to any of these fake coins. That's what I'm telling y'all. It's not the same as owning Apple. Mm. I don't know. I think he's scaring people, and I think it's I think that the environment is changing has changed pretty rapidly, and especially over time from maybe Trump's first term to where we kind of are at now. I'll be honest, it's not my big focus. In general, I think crypto is better for Trump than Trump is good for crypto, if that makes sense. I think he's cashing in on it, and I don't know if that's going to hurt the trust for the whole sector as a whole. It is interesting because we used to see, Josh, we used to see such a nice connection here, a nice coupling between QQQ and Bitcoin. This used to track quite well on the way up, at least. But hey, that kind of fell off a cliff, and now it's not a vehicle for leveraged QQQ. Now it's its own thing, and you got to wonder, maybe it's because there's not that institutional belief that there was before. Because, well, if there's no regulation, then it's not a real asset. It's a good one. Yeah, the old Trump and them. Yeah. Oh, are we still? Yeah. I'm doing it right now. I think well, I'll do it off camera because I have my address and stuff now that I think about it. But yeah, no, it's going to be a good time, guys. And yeah, I've had nobody coming to me saying they've had trouble signing up. So just try it again. I think it'll work out. If not, reach out on our Discord or I'm sure there's a help tab there somewhere, and we will be sure to get you sorted out for sure. Yeah, it's a blast, and the hits won't stop coming, guys. Like Josh said, week after week after week of just a lot of great content coming your way. I'm looking forward to it. I know Josh is. Hope you guys are too. Yeah, yeah. I was thinking about going over it here and just I mean, hey, if I got you here, it's a good time to talk about it. So there's really nothing happening on Monday except for Mama's Creations. No idea what that is, but we have Mama and we have Avo, which is Mission Produce avocados. I don't think there's going to be a big interest in these. I would be happy to talk about them, but I figure there's not going to be enough of a draw there. But we do have. Mhm. Definitely. We'll get right into the meat there of the week in a second. But if you guys are interested, let us know. There is some names that I personally follow here on Tuesday. We have Ehang Holdings. That's going to be a Chinese drone company. They're doing some really cool stuff. They have a pseudo monopoly on the passenger drone transport space in China. Quite a large market there. If that's ringing any bells for anybody, hey, maybe you're interested in that. I know I am. Maybe we got some Smucker heads out there. That's not an insult. I'm talking about Smuckers, the company that makes your peanut butter and jelly. So we got them reporting as well. We have ASO, Academy Sports Outdoors, as well as my personal favorite watch for the night, Uranium Energy Core. This is a stock that's been very strong, has a lot of bullish flow, has been very strong in the last week after months of underperformance with nice flow. So I'd be very interested to see how they perform, and perhaps this market wide pullback is just a buy opportunity into it. So I don't know if anybody's interested in those, but I'm going to be watching them myself. Josh, you ready for Wednesday and Thursday though? We got some interesting ones because we got I know that there are some of these that people are interested from the meme perspective. There's a lot of these that fly high when they get going. We have Bark. This is kind of a Chewy adjacent meme name in the who do they do pet insurance, I believe. So that one's going to be fun. We have Domo. This is a previous squeeze play. I know these guys have squeezed multiple times. Lakeland Industry is a play on, I believe they do equipment to process or for any kind of sickness like masks, hand gloves. That's the word I'm looking for. So interesting stuff there, especially for the angle. If you think that maybe there is some strain lurking around the corner in time for midterms, that's a conspiracy theory, but there are a lot of them that happen around midterms. So I always like look at the plays around this time of year, seasonally, or not year, around midterms. Cracker Barrel, the last one on my list, as well as Casey's. So, big gas station. They've been doing amazing. Cracker Barrel, they're a big turnaround story, and they have been, I believe, doing decently off the bottom after their whole redesign here. And this one, I think, is a good potential for you boring investors who just want to buy and hold something long term. Looks like a good double bottom in my book. So that's Wednesday. Thursday, we also have some interest. Oh, I'm sorry. That was all still Tuesday. Okay. Yeah. Whoa. All right. I thought Oracle was Thursday, but no, we have Oracle, the big boy in the hyperscaler data center space here. This is basically the eighth mega cap, Josh, and we got them reporting 5 minutes after the bell on Wednesday. So I figure we gotta hit this one. This was the one I was gonna bang your door down and say, please let me in, please. So this is the one I think that's really the talk of the town. Stitch Fix, kind of interesting. Some biotechs, yeah, whatever, sure. We'll take a look. Don't get me wrong. So if you're hankering for some NAVN. Oh, we'll take a glance. We'll take a gander. But Oracle is the talk of the town. Thursday, we got Lovesack. I think they do. Don't they do beanbags or something? I don't know. Funny sounding name. As well as Cannabis, Aurora Cannabis coming on Thursday. So not a huge lineup for the rest of the week, but that Oracle is going to be very big and very important to the market. It's going to hopefully kind of settle the market down after this wild pullback that we've had intraday. Do we? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, because I was looking at apologies. I was looking at before open. So apologies. Here are the hitters for Thursday after the market close. We have Adobe. That's the big one. Lennar also pretty important there, and RH Restoration Hardware is the third one. So all three of those are worth talking about. Josh, Restoration Hardware is a great barometer for how tariffs are affecting companies. I think this one's going to be very interesting to get a little peek behind the curtain. And of course, Adobe can't overlook Adobe. Well, the market can, but we gotta be on watch for any of these beatdown names that might be at inflection points for earnings. Those are some of my favorites to look for. All right. I like that. I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it, Josh. It has been not my best week. I had a couple red days here, so it might be we might be getting into a little 5 minute therapy session there. If anybody else is having a tough week, I will be looking for some commiseration there. Besides that, you can't make me have a bad mood or be in a bad mood on a Friday night with the boys and of course Alejandra. So it's going to be a good time. You guys should definitely join in. It's just good vibes after a long day, a long week at the office. So definitely come on in and hang out with us. We're gonna have a good time. Nice. Mhm. I love it. Good stuff. The thing that I will leave you guys with, I know we are at time here. Just be starting to look for potential dip buys if we're going to hold, into the weekend here and potentially get this out or sorry, daily 21 day catch. This is the first time we've got a chance to buy off the 21 day since the start of this whole rally. It's been, oh my goodness gracious,
Oh my.
a 15-point move without it. So there are going to be buyers here off this gap fill as well. So just keep an open mind if we do get this hourly close strong, which we did get a nice hourly close candle. Hey, don't be so willing to say that we cannot catch here under this 50 fib. I don't know if we will. I think Qs are looking a little bit scarier, but hey, I want to see the catch. I want to see the catch, and I want to see a nice bounce into next week. That's what I got for y'all.
Tack.
And have a great
Yeah,
weekend.
Jack, Shaw, Joseph, everyone, Nigel, thank you guys, everyone that joined earlier in the chat. Can't thank you enough for joining here on the Friday recap here. See you guys back here tonight for the Friday Night Live. Smash that like button, subscribe, get the alerts turned on so you know when we're going live. Otherwise, guys, have a great weekend. If you are out for the weekend, if you don't join tonight, that sounds great. See you back here on Monday. Get ready for the Trading World Championship. Or maybe we'll see you tonight for a little bit of fun. Until then, Steve and I wish you all a great day.
Oh, oof. Sorry. Awesome. Nice stuff, man.
Have a good one, brother. And I'll see you tonight.
Yeah, sounds good. Take care.
Thank you, Ayush. Thank you, Ayush.
Bye, Ayush. Take care.
sweet. So I make up to 670, 680. Let's fucking go. Let's push it hard now, dude. Alright, cool. I still have the mic on. There we go. Okay, cool. Here, boom. Bam. I don't know if anyone is even still around. I'll put some jams on for you. Back in a bit, team. Back in a bit. Back in the office. Here we go, if anyone's still around. How we doing? SBY, the large caps. Oh my good gosh. BNAI was one we missed earlier in the day. And I think, what was the other play we had? SPHL, right? How did she figure out? Okay, so she's probably going to be done for the day. But I would say STI and STAK. So all the S plays we've had here recently. I think STI and STAK are definitely on watch for after hours move. It doesn't matter which large cap you look at, but boy, oh, today has been a nasty dump-a-rooski. MU, 12% dump. ARM, or MU 10% dump. ARM 12% dump. Apple, not down nearly as much. Thank gosh it went up to start the day and kind of set all-time high area. AMD, down almost 10%, 9% on the day. My play was ARM again. This is the one I wanted. It's down almost the most, 12.5%. This was like my short out of the bill down to the 60 or 55 mark. Should have reshorted when everything dumped under 55. Look at that, all the way on down. Meta. Oh, Meta, not Metal. This, like Amazon, had this really weird sell-off out of nowhere. It's down quite a bit. Amazon had one of those weird sell-offs that was really hard and sharp. NVDA, nice good sell-off, down about 5 or 6% on the day. SNDK, another one here down, a good 10% on the day. Tesla, down 6% on the day. Hughes, overall, like with the SPY, down for the day. PLTR, down for the day. I mean, you name it. Most tickers you're looking at have had a sell-off today, and nothing like my baby ARM has had one of the biggest sell-offs. And just because it has no charting really to hold it up, it's got some room to fall, and it did. Made some good bank on options this morning. Side of my mouse here. Some gook. All right. Oh, that's not good. Going for a halt down, halted down. STAK. Yikes, yikes, yikes. putting stuff over on the Discord. For Trade the Pool! There we go. Alright, what's up, Coldplay? I hear you, buddy. Yeah, I'm just jumping back on the mic. Just jumping back on the mic. This thing, I've been done for a while. Went and mowed the yard. Had some good times getting sweaty as fuck. Small day for me. Actually, I wish I would have gotten more out of stack. I actually missed this. I feel bad I didn't stack up some G's on this. Oh well, I caught the very end of it. I was like, there's got to be more left on it. Arm was my banger on the day. Of course, a lot of stuff dumped off at the bell. Then we had more continuation on down. Woo, we were due for this. There goes the pullback from 760s all the way down to 730s. And we talked about this on the lunch stream on Trade the Pool earlier. What was my area? Like 730s, somewhere in this area. Right through here, the bottom of it. 735. We didn't quite hit 733.12 area, but this, hey, we're right into the bounce zone area though now. Well, not that I'm a long swing trader for SPY or a lot of these tickers. It's just too much for me right now, but some good stuff. One con, one thing. Let's see, past the 50. There we go. What's up, man? Love it. Prop firms are where it's at anymore. I'm getting paid to trade a prop firm. That is what's badass. I'm getting a lot of people involved with Trade the Pool, and now they're getting paid, so good stuff. Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. I am very, very happy I found Trade the Pool and then started tagging them, and then they're like, hey, you want to stream live with this? And the next thing you know, I'm their YouTube manager. Controlling some content. We had some hella good views this last week on the after hour stream. Over 20,000 views on earnings streams alone, which is pretty badass. Yeah, Finster. Yeah, man. Yeah. So they paid me to go out to the Money Show last year in Orlando. With other people, not just me, but we had like a booth there, which was really dope. You know, rubbing shoulders with Charles Payne and all those big wig dudes that are on Fox and CNBC and shit. So it was really cool to go, fly out there, get paid to be there, pay for the food, you know, $100 anyway. It was dope. Yeah. And then now how far it's grown. And then, yeah, they've now asked me to be, which is now the YouTube manager stuff. It's kind of crazy because what I went to school for in the end, you know, now it's kind of come back full circle that what I went to school for now I'm doing. I'm, you know, saying like, hey, I'm on air, or I'm talking in front of a camera or a mic, or now saying like, hey, we need to do this, or we need to do this, or pitching ideas, or managing people on, you know, on their live stream. So it's crazy, really. Never would have thought that. I mean, I love, you know, Trade Cash and that. That's why, you know, thanks to Deck. I mean, if it wasn't for him getting my name out there and then starting my own little following, but yeah, point being, Cobra, Lightspeed, Tradecaster was never going to pay me to go to the Money Show, pay for my trip, pay for my flight, right? Pay for my suite. We got the Omni Resort. I had like I mean, are you kidding me? I'm on the golf course, but fucking it's dope. Had a suite. Anyway, it was really cool. So yeah, it was crazy. Like, wow, this is nice. This is out of nowhere, you know? But yeah, it was kind of a cool transition last summer. It's crazy it's been a year too. I mean, a year ago right now. Speaking of Coldplay Finster, me and Avery went to go see Coldplay last June. Literally, this was my last day streaming live, or one of the last days streaming live on Tradecaster, I should say. Getting paid was actually, because we went to Colorado like on Saturday or Sunday. We left to go to Colorado to see Coldplay. We had backstage VIP tickets. You probably remember that. Remember when I spent like $3,000 on Avery for some tickets to go see Coldplay, which we'd always seen multiple times, but this was the most recent one. But yeah, and then getting a text out there like on, I think it was like, whatever it was on Deck, was like, we're done paying you guys. You want to stream live, you can, but just letting you know. I'm like, man, but that's crazy. That was a year ago, essentially. Right now. Nuts how time flies. Yeah, Omni is nice down there. That was awesome. I was not expecting that when they had the interview with the CEO. I was not expecting that. I mean, even with the interview that I had about a month ago, now over a month ago now, and the CEO and like their other kind of top person, Gil, she, you know, I love her to death. She's awesome. But yeah, didn't know what that interview was going to be. I say interview, what that meeting was going to be about. It's not. I was like, it's not bad, is it, Gil? And she was laughing like, no, it's really good. I'm like, okay. I just thought it was going to be, they want my ideas for more, like essentially what I am, but now they're paying me for it and paying me really good, which is awesome. I didn't want to do that shit. I wanted to put an uptrend channel line in right here. Fucking son of a bitch, I did it again. There we go. Look at that beautiful uptrend channel. Where I say beautiful, but there's your uptrend channel. Looks like we're going to crack it soon and start halting down. Don't know that we'll get after hours runs today from small caps. I think large caps they'll have a huge breather, and large caps do nothing Sunday will be fun. Sunday into Monday, if we get the gap down, gap up, more continuation on down, and if so, then this is definitely our pullback. Here it is. It finally came at the 760s. Good moves, though, and that's the only reason when we make these huge moves. Now we kind of get back into different charting. Sometimes you go back into shitty charting. Sometimes you get back or go into charting that you haven't been in for a while, so that's always a good thing. Or sometimes you go back into charting, which sucks ass. So we'll have to see where we're at come Monday. Small caps, no PDT roll. Definitely had some rocking and rolling this week. We'll see if we continue that next week. Nothing too crazy, but it's pretty fun. Got to keep it low key after I outed those cheaters. I love it. Hey, is what it is. Is what it. I miss that though. I do miss Tradecaster. The hundreds of people that used to be in my lobby, you know, of course, that would always come over on whether it was for lunch or definitely on Friday. I do miss those days. I really thought more would come over from Tradecaster, but and even a lot of them that said they would never did. They lied. I don't know if they lied or whatever, but I got the lifetime deck. You know, I'll get over there eventually. I got the lifetime or whatever it may have been. They always had some kind of. I'm like, okay, cool. Yeah, a lot of them I thought I would see, to be honest. And that's what sucks. Now I'll never play or really see him again. So, Merlin, stop licking. So hopefully everything's good over. Still in Nashville, right? Coldplay Finster, right? That's where you're at, boss. Aren't you in Tennessee, right? Oh man, crazy time flies. But yeah, I do miss those days. Do miss those days over at Tradecaster. It was fun having everybody around just to like nonstop. That's why I love Trade the Pool, because Trade the Pool, of course, they've got a lot of people on the stream all day, every day. Franklin, here we picked up. Yeah, here she is. Oh, Queenie, here she is. And there's Margot. I don't know if you see Margot. Margot. And then this one looks like Groot. If you remember Groot, but Groot passed, and right after Groot passed, this guy came along, and his name is Merlin. Actually used to be Mala. Malachois, Malachoz, something like that. Malachois, I always called him Mala. If you remember his name, point being he was over at Tradecaster for a while. Called me up like last July and said, man, or texted me and said, I can't anyway. Avery, even to this day, is like, why did you do this to us? He's a good dog. He's so sweet. He's just a big what. Most of our other Danes have been and he's small. I mean, he's just a big goober, is my point. And he's huge, like dude or like Groot. And after this too, especially, I'm like, well, I'm even like, why did I do this? Because he's real needy. He's like, because he's younger. He's like, oh yeah. And I'm like, why was I so fucking nice? And I love Dan Mala. I love Mala. But from now on, it's no. I will say from now on, if anyone asks, we're maxed out. No vacancy on the front of this hotel, okay? So, yeah. But yeah, Queenie's still doing good. Queenie, the lab we got from over there. Every once in a while, she stopped. It's so crazy. Like the dogs, like a lot of the Great Danes, like right here, the spotted. Anyway, a lot of our Danes we have, or dogs we've got. Queenie's another one. It was the last time they were doing and I'm sure it is. It gets strenuous over time, and the money that really, how much are you making really in the end from doing all the point being Queenie? That was the last time that they did puppies. They were like you could tell they did it a lot right. They had like a run where they had a stud and yada yada yada. And then even the two last sets of Great Danes we had were the last time they were done. We're done doing this. This is the last set of dogs we're gonna do. No more puppies. So it's kind of funny. We've got like the last offs of what those those litters or those like one was called Into Spots Great Danes. One was Blue Great Danes of Texas or something. I don't know. I forgot what the one where Queenie was from, but over in Nashville. Spy! Woo! Sell off here. We might see more, and maybe we do here in After Hours. Maybe we see some more death, but boy, oh, Spy in the large caps. Just getting... I would rather have... I will say this. I'd rather have top side move. I'd rather be at 670, or 770, 780. Arms at 400. MUs at 1250. Anyway, I wish because that's usually when we get really good charts. And just explosion moves. We keep going up. We create a little bit cleaner chart. I know, let's come back down, let's get a dip buy. But a lot of the time is where's the dip? And unless you're a big dog or these hedge funds that can just add in and add in and add in, it's like, is it going to be here? Is it going to be here? And so that's why it's really hard for me when we get to this high up on the chart to go, well, yeah, it's kind of hard. Someone knows something. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, right. Fucking ridiculous, man. I'm happy. Made about $1,000 a day. Made a little over 700 from the arm. puts. Could have and should have been way more. And then, the 250 on the 2 small cap trades, which I went really small today. RMSG stack, I think it was like 1,000 shares, 500 shares of each. There's obviously 1,000 on the short, but nothing major. Didn't get many big moves today. Missed some moves, is what it is. It's Friday. You know me on Friday. I'm fucking ready to cook. Oh, we got Friday Night Live. So, real quickly, who do we have joining us? I got a lot of traders joining us. So, Finster, anytime you want to join, this is just like a hangout with that. Me and Kevin Avery, a guy that used to stream live on Trade the Pool, doesn't anymore. He does it here and there. His name's Kevin Avery, and so you'll see us later tonight. There's me and Steve, the week recap, and I'm there throughout the week. Check this one out. This is what I'm talking about. 8,400 views here on YouTube alone. It's a huge big day for us here on. But here we go. Where is it? There's a week recap right here, and of course you can see. There's Kevin. Well, I can't, but there's Caesar. Remember Caesar? There's Alejandra, myself, Florida Joe, and Kevin. And you'll see us every Friday night. So anyone can join. These are just the main faces you see every Friday with a couple others. Steve, I don't know why they don't have Steve. Steve joins us. Steve is there with the glasses. He's there every Friday night. Sterling Detmar, if you remember Sterling Detmar over at Tradecaster. Sterling Detmar, he was on last Friday. So this is just anyone. Like, we just drink, we have a good time, just shoot the shit. Will you sit down? I'm not kidding. Stop. It gets annoying. But yeah, let's see here for last week.
Decent
up. There we go. There's myself. There's Detmar. There's Sterling.
And
So usually it's 5-6 people. Sometimes it gets more than that, but it's definitely fun. So every Friday night, 9:30 Eastern time, 8:30 Central, join us for Friday Night Live. That's right, baby, Friday Night Live. But yeah, this last week, hella good earnings. Over the last couple of weeks, I mean, there's 2,400 views on this stream, 1,800, the 2,100, 8,400, 1,100, another 1,800s on yesterday's live stream. Like I said, this last week alone on after hours earning streams, we reached about 20K on YouTube alone. Trying to get the live daily stream there. We're actually live trading, throughout the day in the morning. But these earnings, because no one's covering earnings, and they just come on over. I mean, this one was nuts. On Wednesday
we got the
here.
big candle, and let's get in here. Let's get our hands dirty and dissect.
Kind of reminded me.
What did we catch? A little
the trade cast.
Going to the.
You can see like right here.
Take that 440
really for you. Like
44
minutes into it. Money bag, Steve. But it's good stuff. Good fun stuff. I tried to buy the dip early and then reverse, but did okay. I was targeting 30K dip. Yeah, word. I'll check out tonight and then go. Got to go to Costco. Then I'll be back and we'll come. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I usually leave this up. I'll leave my live stream up. Yeah, there's that train crack. I had a feeling. I'll leave this up until then, and then I'll kind of keep. Hey guys, here's what's going on in after hours. Hey, don't forget 2 hours until the Friday Night Live, and then I typically will just leave my live stream up so you can catch the audio still here, and just more views slowly come on over. That's another thing why I'm doing it, just to see if we get more views from you guys. We'll go to real quickly. What's the after hours runner? GHMS is running here, or is that a GMHS? I had those backwards. Jihims. He says this is hymns for girls, although hymns hers. I'm just joking, but. There's our first after hour spike. See if we get anything else. But yes, I'll leave this up, boss. Cool shit. I'll stop by. Yeah, I'll leave this up so mine's still going. Oh, Josh is still live. But then I'll update and say, hey, don't forget Friday Night Live. And I'll put the link out there as I always do for you guys so you can join. Love it, man. Thanks for coming on over. I just was going to, like I always do here, Friday afternoon, come back in. It's a Friday for me. Sometimes we get crazy spice on Fridays. And then there's Fridays like this where I just shoot the shit and I'm just yapping it up, talking about food, cars, or, oh, Finster. Then Joe, I don't know if Finster's still around. Finster, did you see the new ride? I'm thinking you may have on social media. Because last time I had the X3M competition, and now it's the X5M comp. We're talking Voltron, baby. This is Voltron, X5M competition. I know we talked about it for the longest time when we were over on Tradecaster. But man, a year ago today, a year ago on Memorial Day. Memorial Day, actually. It was May the 25th. So on Memorial Day, which I think Memorial Day was on May 25th last year too, if I'm not mistaken, because I had on this day. Anyway, oh man, but yeah, Finster Joe, I know he may have stepped out. He was around back in the Tradecaster days when I was over on Tradecaster. Was a real frequent face over there, and it's been a while. So some of these guys, like when I go public free or whatever you want to call it on a Friday, oh Josh, hey KI, where you been, man? It's nice to see you. So we catch up, do a little catch up and mustard. And then earlier we saw that commercial. I don't know if you've seen it. Green mustard. They're coming back with that yellow green. Remember back in the day, like if you remember that in the 90s, they had that like purple ketchup and green ketchup. Now mustard. It's something for the Minions. There's a commercial. Maybe there's a movie coming out. And now there's green mustard. Like, and Avery was like, "Who wants green mustard?" I'm like, I don't know. I mean, it's not that mustard's really yellow. It's like there's coloring that goes into it. You know, it's not like ketchup. Same thing. I know you think just because it's tomatoes, it's red. No, we just color it red because of tomatoes. I mean, ketchup could have been brown this whole time, and we never would have thought a thing about it. You know, like a brown ketchup. Who wants red ketchup? Gross. It looks like blood. You know, like I want mine brown, or I want mine. This is what you're used to. Yeah, GHMS, there's a nice little move there, GHMS, a little small move, a little something, not too crazy. And we see if we get more of that, maybe possibly into next week. Obviously, no PDT rule slowly coming into play. I don't know how much that's really going to be in effect, but we still are getting spikes regardless in the small cap sector. So it's been really nice over the last few weeks. Kind of got slow in late into March into April. There's some plays here and there, really actually from February onward after January, the earnings came out. There were some decent moves, but then it was late April into May, and we're starting to get those barn burners again. The burners that barn. The barns that burn, I guess I really should say. All right. We good? We good, Joe? Everyone else, we good? Till tonight? Until tonight, it's tonight, I will see you tonight. Here we go. That's what I'll do. This is what the outside. I'll love you. The outsides are sexy. It's the interiors for me though. Woo-wee. Whew. Man, so beautiful, so beautiful. Oh yeah. She says, "Hi, I light up. My name's X5M Competition." I'm like trying to get it, like it's just not focusing. This was like what 2 or 3 nights ago or something like that. Someone was like, "Hey, I haven't seen blah, blah, blah. I haven't seen it before." Whew. What? I'll never forget this. It was in 2021. This model, or 2020, it was in 2020 when this model came out with this like new interior update. Now they have the curved screen, which I'm not a big fan of, where it's one big ass curved screen in front of you. This is still 2023 is where that same model as this. But put me in 2020. I'll never forget when this came out, 2020, and I was showing it off on Tradecaster when I was going live, and then even I remember texting Deck Finster, AMG, I know, but I was texting Deck this same model, exactly same interior, same exterior. I was like, I'm gonna have this one day, and I remember putting pictures in Tradecaster. You know, like this is my go-to. You know, this is my dream ride. One day I'll have it with this interior, etc. It's just really cool to have that fruition of paid off, of being. I got it. I killed it. I will say this though, Finster. I'll have to show you this though, bro. I don't know. Maybe yours is this badass. But have you beaten a 750 Kawasaki in a race? Have you? Because I have. I've beaten 2 750s. So actually, that was last June. Out of nowhere, this bike comes up and wants to race. The first race, we were side by side, and we kind of like, I was like, oh, and boom, took off. I couldn't believe it. Crazy. What's funny in the end, so I beat him twice. That's the one I recorded. He follows me off the interstate. And I'm thinking in the end, and he did want to talk, but it was actually had to take the same exit I did, which was funny. And he was like, man, he used to have an M3, yada, yada, yada. He could not believe that the X5, he couldn't believe, he's like, man, I know that those things are beasts, but I have even more mad respect for those now. I smoked them. And then literally just about 3 weeks ago, I had another race. I'll never forget. So I'm going out to eat with my parents. We went out to eat crawfish. Literally the last night they're serving crawfish at one of our favorite restaurants. So we go eat it. On the way home, literally, I'll never forget this. On the way home, I'm like, God, I want to race somebody. Man, I hope there's someone to race. Sure enough, point me to get about halfway home. I'm like, about to that stretch of it, doesn't look like I'm going to get anybody. And then there's this anyway, it gets to this, and sure enough, I'm like, oh, is that a bike? And I'm going about 90 in a 65 or something like that, or whatever. I'm cooking, and he's catching me. I can tell in the review. I'm like, oh fuck yeah, this is gonna be great. And so as soon as he's like, I'm gonna go around this motherfucker. You know, I know you're going fast, but I'm on a bike. He goes out to the slow lane. It's 3 lanes on each side, so 6 total. But it's 3 lanes. I'm in the fast lane. He goes over the slow lane. Oh fuck! There's a car in front of me, a truck or whatever it was. It isn't fucking perfect timing as that truck gets over that I'm ready. I'm fucking in Sport Plus. I'm all the way down, geared up. You know, like the 3rd gear, 2nd gear, whatever it is to take off. RPMs are just ready to rock. Boom! This car I'm getting goosebumps now. This car gets out of my truck, whatever it was. Bam! I floor it. And now I'm kind of to see. I don't know what bike this is. I can't see. I don't read. You know, a lot of these the bikes that didn't say 750 on it. I don't know what it is. I'm only guessing then it was a 750 on this guy because it was the same thing. We take off almost the same exact time, and I'm leaving him. I'm instantly leaving him, and he's just like, holy, he couldn't. I'm just because then we do it again. So I let him catch up. I'm like, I fucking smoked him. For the most part. I'll leave them behind. And then I'll let them catch back up again. We do it again. I have actually recorded that was another one. So anyway, I didn't show it. And it's a real quick. We're only like 10 seconds. Because then we run into fucking traffic. And I was like, fuck. But right after that, he had to get off the interstate and was like, give me the like, kind of like so many cars have raced me. It's so funny one time coming home with the movies. A fucking Chrysler 300. Like one of the nicer ones. That does have it may have the V8 in it. That tried to race me. And I was like, oh, this is going to be fun. Avery was in the car too. But this was really funny. You know, I take off. This thing can't keep up with me. I finally slowed down because like, there's no point to race a fucking Chrysler 300. You know, I've got 600 plus horsepower. Like, you are no match to me at all. And they came up and rolled down the windows when they were doing this. It was so funny. Kevin should be coming tonight. I'll ask him. We saw the GL. Let's see, did you? No, I want the M3. So yeah, I have the X5M. The X5M comp. I want to keep it forever. So the goal for me is to keep the X5M comp forever, keep our 392 final edition Jeep Wrangler forever, and then eventually when we get the house built, I'll get a car. But I'm gonna wait till the house is built, and when the house is built, I'll definitely get a car. I don't know. I still don't know. Is it gonna be M3 comp? I really love the M4 comp too. That's like a toss up, honestly, for me. Do I go straight to the Porsche? You know, we'll have to see where we're at the time after the house is built. But yeah, cars coming. I just love having SUVs. The room, the comfortability, how badass they are anyway, and just love that where they're like a car or a bike thing. Oh, I'm gonna beat this. Your fucking SUV weighs 6,000 pounds, and then to smoke a bike, a 750, and they're just like, oh fuck, damn, bro. Yeah, I'll text Kevin Joe. Don't talk to him as much anymore. We're both so freaking busy anymore, day in, day out. I'd hardly even get to keep. And then, like, for you, Joe, I always forget to give you the damn call-in show topic. So I'm sorry, and just keep after me. Just, hey, Josh, excuse me. Say, Josh, call-in show topic. I'll get to you. My fucking so much shit going on, I'll forget about it. Need just reminder set it, like, on my calendar every Wednesday at, like, noon. You know, call-in show topic for Joe. Yeah, I'm like, fuck. Like when you text today, I was like, dumbass. I was like, you know, usually like on Wednesday, I'll remember at some point, text Joe. I mean, it's the next morning, and then before I know it, you know how life is, Joe. And I see you message me, like, fuck. Like when I wake up and I get, you know, come to all my messages that I have on WhatsApp, and I'm like, fucking damn it, Josh, how'd you forget? It is what it is. We're human. Finster, you know, I know you love some AMG. I just listen, man. You know it's Beamer for me. Everyone's got to have their taste. Audis, whatever you want to call them, are great. Or anything German, great. It's crazy how much you can tune them. I would say Audis are the most tunable, and then second would be BMW and Porsche, and then third, no offense, but last would be AMG. I mean, how often I see them things get smoked. No offense. Just seems like people want to tune BMWs and Audis way more. No one really wants to tune Porsches too much. They want to keep them stock. I get it. Same with Ferraris. It's just one of those things. But Audis, same, you know, that same lineage as Lambo. So they're just so fucking tunable. I sent you a DM now. Let's see. Oh, okay. Got it. All right. What do we got here? Oh, what do we got here? Oh, man. Oh, we got all kinds of these here. Oh, I love it. There we go. Yeah, we need one with Steve. Can we not get 6 people on there? Is it too much for 6? Because I love the one with 5, Joe. But is there one that we can have with, like, say when it's Alejandra myself, you in the middle, Kevin, and Caesar. Is there any way we can add Steve in there too? Steph, I feel Steve's just getting left out. I have to ask. Okay, cool. Yes, this. Love it. I'm taking the break for now. I'm gonna go feed the pack, chill around the do the normal chill on Friday afternoon, sort of thing. Thank you, Joe, for always being here. Yeah, well, I love all those. It just especially depends on who's going live that night, so we know which thumbnail we maybe want to use. Everyone should be joining. I really feel from now on, Caesar and Alejandro will join us no matter what, unless they and I feel they will message me ahead of time and say, hey, you can't join tonight. And Kevin usually does, but sometimes Kevin is like the day of, like whatever it was, like, hey, you go, oh man, I forgot to text you. Again, just get super busy, and I totally get it. All right, I'm going to throw some jams on for now. We do have our 1 after hours mover. It is GMHS. That's our after hours mover. Finster, Joe, come back over tonight. We'll have that Friday night live stream rocking and rolling soon. And I can put that out there for you guys to have and just kind of put a tab. It's already pulled up in a tab, so all you have to do is just come back later tonight. Know what I'm saying? All right, back in a bit. Let's throw some jams on. Was my camera off the whole time? When did I turn my camera off? Did I just turn it off? I thought I had my camera on the whole time. I thought I had it on. Was it off? Did I turn it off for some reason? Yeah, I know. I don't know. It's Friday. Oh, man. All right, team. I'll be back in a bit. You were off, though. I was off the whole time? When I walked in here, maybe because I clicked it. Because here's my point. We all here earlier, I left it on for, the dog cam. You were here earlier, Ted, right? Or anyone? Remember, I had the camera on before I came back, did I not? Did I turn myself off? Let me just see what I did. What the fuck did I do? What did I do here? Because I had the dog cam on. Oh, and then when did I turn myself off? I think I turned myself off right here. So I did have it on, and I came back in. I think I turned it on. I think my dumbass forgot I had it turned on, because I remember I'm getting up right now. Look, I'm getting up to shut the door. Look, and then I was like, oh shit, I don't have a hat on, and I forgot I left the doggy cam on the whole time. Watch. Oh shit, I don't have a hat. I remember this. I go get my hat. Merlin's like, what the fuck's going on, Dad? What are we doing? Now I gotta get right back. I'm coming back right in time. I know any second there I am. I'm popping in now. Come on, let's go. Where's Queenie? Where's Rue? All right, now we're in. Song's ending. Right? Like, what the heck? I think what I did was I thought I forgot I had it on, and I went to click it on, and I turned I did. That's what I did. I went to click myself. That is hilarious. That is great. What do we got here, Ted? Not sure, join Leah. That's hilarious. I had the dog cam on the whole time. And here's why. I almost came in here with my undies on. Because oh man, I need to get back in there. And then, it's like, oh, they won't know. I could be, just with my like, no, I'll go put some shorts on real quick. And then at the end, if I wouldn't have done that, you guys would have seen me come in with my underwear on. GMHS. Let's see. Thoughts are short here. Let's go up top. All right, let's go over to the bigger chart real quickly before I'm done. That would have been something. They're like, dang, Josh. He's straight Homer Simpson in this shit. He's like, hey, Peter Griffin over here. This motherfucker does not care. It is Friday, huh? God, this play is always dead. Whoa, this is really weird, Ted. Dude, gnarly. I would say, yeah, I like this area, Ted. 235. 245. Yeah, this would be the area that you would look to, start at 235, throw some in at 245, and then even throw a couple small ones at 265. Although right now we're already kind of feeling a little bit below that, but I do see that area up above that you're looking at, my man. That is so funny. I had no idea it was off the whole time. Sorry, Joe. Sorry, Ted. Hey, I'm here. What's up? How you doing? Took a shower. Look all good. Smelling fresh. Got the look at the little curls going on in the back. Hair's getting super long. Got the MacGyver. Going with the MacGyver haircut. Okay, guys. What do you think? What do you guys think about the MacGyver haircut? We'll go with the Mac haircut. I think that's what I'm going to go for into Halloween and dress up as MacGyver. What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking right here? Right here, you know, something like this, right? A little something like that, possibly. Not the new MacGyver. This guy's no offense, but he's a d-bag. This, you know, come on, look at that. I mean, if I could pull that off, you know, if I could pull that right there off. I mean, look at this. I mean, he's still kind of trying to pull it off in his later years, all right? Let's see here, what do we got? Any other good? This is kind of what I'm talking about, though. You know, it's getting long. She's getting long. Look at this. Classic. He has a Jeep Wrangler. I don't know if y'all know that, but MacGyver drives a Jeep Wrangler as well. Okay. I'm thinking. Here, look at this one. Look at that. We're trying to get it long, baby. We're getting long, baby. Yeah, AK's pulling it off. AK's going to do... And then for November, I'll do No Shave November for my mustache. So I have this old school, like, porn haircut with a porn stash. Oh, it's going to be naughty in November. It's going to get naughty. There you go, though, Ted. Lost Boys, Lost Girls. I am heading out now, though. I just now realized when I pulled up my OBS, like, was I off the whole time? Because I thought I knew the camera was on. I came in, I was like, oh, yeah, I left the dog camera on. Thank God I did, because I came in my undies. All right, back in a bit. YouTube, yeah. Have a great, safe, blessed, food-filled weekend. See you be back on Money Monday, of course. And don't forget, after hours, I should say tonight, Friday Night Live, come join if y'all have something or want to watch. It's not just shoot the shit, like fuck around. There's a crazy good information that I try to tell you guys, like we're always talking about MU or SanDisk or Armor. I say, you know, any of these plays that I'm investing in, then they're saying the same thing. And it's just reinforcing, you know, all these Friday nights, if y'all had watched them, like say even on Saturday or sometime on Sunday. Oh man, everyone's talking about MU like a month or two ago, and I was telling you guys to get in, or ARM or whatever it may be. And you could start getting in some of these plays, you know. So definitely watch the lunch recaps. If I'm on TTP, is a lot of good information over there. A ridiculous amount of good information. All right, back in a bit. I'll put my links out there for you guys. Once it gather on over. Back in a bit. Bye.